Good morning, friends. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everybody. So we will begin with our morning session today. In the morning session, we have three papers on actually different themes. While Gunit Kaur talks about Sikh philosophy and the notion of mind in Sikh philosophy, Professor Bhagchandra Jain uh, is going to speak about science of mind in Jainism. That's a very interesting topic. Actually, both these topics are quite interesting from the viewpoint of a scholar who wants to have a comprehensive view. And then we begin with Ahan's paper, Professor Ahan's paper, who specializes in Sufism. So we have three different presentations today in the morning, which will be about Sikhism, Jainism, and of course, Islam. Of course, Buddhism, Jainism cannot be separated from Buddhism in many ways. So, may I request now Professor Ahan, who is a professor of Persian in JNU, to start his paper. So,
Yeah, is it okay to talk in here? Yeah. Because I don't have. You want it? I think it is fine, isn't that? Uh, Good morning, everybody. Thanks, Professor Ashok Vohra ji, uh, respected uh, Guruji Lama Dubunji, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, the topic, as announced, is science of mind from the perspective of Sufi tradition. And as we know that unveiling the complexities of the human mind is probably the most difficult task uh, people have, the human civilization have since the beginning. And many scholars and traditions, Sufi saints have been toiling to unravel this journey, but yet uh, they, uh, they say that uh, uh, for instance, हम वहाँ हैं जहाँ से हमको भी कुछ हमारी खबर नहीं आती, as Ghalib says. So science of mind is also a science to explore. Basically, I'll be talking from the Sufi tradition and spiritual aspect. The relationship between man and the Almighty God, and the means which creatively engages vary from region to region and in different faith system and traditions. In Sufi tradition, one of the fundamental methods which deals with how one can actively engage the mind in creating change throughout the life, and how to implore and meditate, find self assurance, and express love is attained through muraqabah. Muraqabah, I will come to that, and will discuss it in detail. Basically, my this paper is about this tradition of muraqabah. Muraqabah literally means to follow up, to watch, or to see over, is a kind of meditation. Through muraqabah, a pursuer or of the Sufi path watches over the spiritual journey of the heart and mind and seeks the realization or acquaintance of the stages, surroundings, and the ultimate truth. This spiritual aspect of Islam can be traced to very beginning of the inception of the faith. Uh, uh, the Sufi tradition emphasizes on evolving a personal connection with the Almighty through self-knowledge and self-inquiry, irfan and istihzar. It uses zikr and muraqabah to make the mind and heart unoccupied of the spiritual containment. Here I would like to, before going into the detail of this muraqabah tradition, I would like to submit my own understanding of the religion and spirituality. It is generally observed that many of the individuals who apparently represent religions seen spoiled in greed of material indulgence while misusing the identity and even abusing it for the sake of identity, politics, and hatred. However, a careful look into such cases reveal that they are either not the practicing or superficially practicing it or bereft of spiritual perception. In my humble view, a religion or faith system has a three-tier system. The primary is the the stage includes faith or concept of God and the rituals for the divine. The second stage includes, or the second part of a religion and faith system includes the doctrine for the prescribed deed, ethics, and behavior, including conduct for the people. Uh, uh, and the ultimate stage is the realization, the spiritual realization, which includes itself the different stages of realization, but the observable part of such a stage contains two apparent characteristics, that is, the renunciation of worldly greed and compassion for the fellow being. It is therefore the observational and emotional shallowness and the dearth of devoutness may be noticed among mere or pure theologians and scholars because they visualize the first or initial stages as the complete religion and do not see beyond that or do not pursue the stages of spiritual realization. Here, I would like to submit that some of the scholars who talk about Wahdate Adyan. Wahdat is the unity, Adyan is the religions. So, historically, among the Muslims, we see that Maulana Azad, a great freedom fighter as well as a great Islamic scholar, in his commentary on Quran, talks about Wahdate Adyan. But what he means by Wahdate Adyan, he does not mean it by uniting religions. He is talking about the commonalities of the religions. There are many things common among all religions about the characters and discipline issues, but the most universal is the spiritual part. So I think they have an Akbar. Uh, uh, he also talks about the unity of religion, but he since does not, he is basically trying to mix all the religions into one. So that's why many theologians of that time and religious experts opposed him. Nonetheless, even the basic followers of a religion doctrine, followers of the primary and secondary stages too, on the ground of the earnestness of strictly following the rules and doctrines of the religion or religious ethics, may become a role model. However, there is always a higher vulnerability of succumbing to material or worldly lures. And that would be quite natural too. The chances of this vulnerability are mostly because of the lack of internal or spiritual training which spiritualists do follow. However, when such a person attains the spiritual training, awareness, and subsequently accomplishes the stages of renunciation and consciousness, that is irfan and istihzare zat and istihzare haq, and achieves different stages of spiritual realization and finally attains the high stages, then it would be highly unlikely that such a soul succumb to worldly lure or abhorrence. Dara Shako, he was also a seeker of and I have been working on name of ultimate truth. In fact, in the quest and pursuit of the spiritual realization, interestingly, he was curious to know the different approaches and ideas espoused and assumed in different religions and traditions to accomplish the ultimate realization. His book and writings clearly reveal this earnestness, aspiring or aspiration and longing. He even clearly states the same in the preface of Majmaul Bahrain, the famous book which is generally considered one of the earliest uh, work on comparative religion. It is therefore the interpretation, he says, and I quote, it is therefore the interpretation of the two different parties are compared together. Besides, many other views are compiled because its knowledge would be essential and vulnerable, valuable for all those seeking the ultimate truth. Since the Enlightenment considered it as the compendium of knowledge and truth, it is titled as Majmaul Bahrain, means the mingling of two oceans. He basically did it Sanatan tradition and Islam. He asserts the same in the preface of the Sirr Akbar. Sirr Akbar is the translation, Sirr Akbar of Sirrul Asrar, means the greatest secret. It is the translation of Upanishad, and in the preface of that, he writes, the seeker of the ultimate truth, that is Dara Shako, who is in pursuit of the ultimate one, crave to translate the Upanishad. And I would like to also mention that he is the person who compiled it, the whole Upanishad, in 50 volumes and translated into Persian and introduced in a way to the West also the treasure trove of monotheism into Persian. Even in the community, only a few scholars of this text left today. This translation I did without any change, just word to word, so I can understand what is the secret hidden in it. So his aim is to know that secret, which they try to conceal. Uh, uh, Besides Darashako's own personal longing to earn the knowledge and consciousness of the ultimate truth, he also wished to make others to know the truth. In his opinion, a systematic method of acquiring knowledge and ideas analogous to different other traditions was prevalent in the Sanskrit tradition. His attempt to glean through Sanskrit text was the result of this aspiration, and finally, that resulted into the translation of Sirre Akbar or Upanishad. Dharashako did not only study Upanishad but also other texts like Yog Vasisht and the books from the Sikh traditions and Christian traditions, and that was now I would come to this Sufi method of meditation that is called as muraqabah. Historically, as we know that there are many instances of great spiritual personalities, including prophets, saints, Sufis, who pursued and longed for enlightenment, and finally, many were able to achieve after a long trial through meditation. We have heard the famous incident about Mahatma Buddha, and so about Prophet Muhammad, and later many Sufis and the traditions. Prophet Muhammad was a profoundly spiritual person and regularly spent time in meditation at the cave of Mount Hira. Finally, one night in 610, while he was meditating in the cave, the angel Gabriel or Jibrail made a visit and asked him to recite, and thus the revelation of Quran began. Meditation is an essential constituent of Islamic spirituality that is generally termed as Sufi way or Sufism. This tradition emphasizes upon evolving an intimate bond with the Almighty by attaining realization or consciousness through irfan zat, means the self knowledge, and finally irfan haq, means the ultimate self or the God inquiry. In fact, etymologically, haq is that is truth, is a Semitic root. In Hebrew, it is hok, means law. In classical Syriac, it's hukka, means rule, and in Arabic, it is haq, means truth. Another derivative of haq is hajja, means to convince with legal argument besides the pilgrimage. In the Persian tradition, the word haq derived from the Sufi notion of the truth that denotes it or recognizes it, the ultimate reality or the Almighty God. So the muraqaba is for the sake of same. Sufi masters recommend and direct the practices like zikr, that is chanting. Chanting, it is also in different traditions. Some through beats they do chanting, and some in other way. And muraqaba, meditate, that is meditation, to clean and make impeccable the mind and heart of spiritual impurities and worldly indulgence. And this because for instance, one of the greatest scholars of Islamic Sufi philosophy is Imam Ghazali or Al Ghazali. He at one place says that every human being consists all animal characters, and it is his duty to clean the self from all these impurities of the character. Or so, for example, Maulana Rumi says, "Di Shaykh ba charagh hami gasht gird shahr, kasdi wo dad malula mo irfanam insana marzust." That I saw a saint traveling through the city, having a light in his hand, and saying that I'm in search of human being, that the whole town is full of means beasts. So that is how they mean. Even the Islamic form of prayer, that is called salat or namaz, is primarily a form of meditation and aims to achieve and develop an intimate association with the Almighty by attaining realization or consciousness. Muraqabah, that I'm talking, is an Arabic word, means to observe, is a Sufi way to observe the state of spiritual heart. and gains insight into the heart's revelation with its creator and its own surrounding. Muraqabah is a core idea of in the commonly found in different tariqas or the Sufi orders. As we know, there are many and famous, many are also prevalent in Indian subcontinent. For instance, Chishtiya order or Chishtiya tariqa, or Naqshbandiya or Shattariya or Sohrawardiya. So there are many tariqas, and they have their own subscriptions of muraqabah. The objective of muraqabah is to purge one's base character and develop lofty characters, a character in its place. Etymologically, the word muraqabah is derived from the base of raqaba. The base has the meaning of guarding and watching over, with the expectation of noticing any change, unique qualities, or abnormalities of a given thing. The word is also on verb scale 3 of Arabic, which gives a connotation of exaggeration, overexertion, and partnership. This then implies that the one who is doing muraqabah is diligent and hardworking, with the expectation that someone else is also doing a similar task. In ancient Arabic, the word muraqabah referred to one who would watch the night sky. They would scan the sky in hopes to see the first signs of early stars to begin their journey. Due to the intense heat and difficult terrain of the Arabian Peninsula, the ability to recognize the constellations and their seasonal divergences was a critical skill. In the classic poem, the observer of the night is as vigilant as a fish in search of water. The etymology can be connected to the modern linguistic and technical meaning of what muraqabah is understood today. Muraqabah is seen to be the twin perspective, both with a connotation of persistence and exertion. According to Al Qushairi, he is a great writer of Arabic, and Al Jurjani, Muraqabah is for the one to be aware that their Lord is perpetually aware of his or her his subordinates. Not only is the person continually in a state of mindfulness, but they are also cognizant that their Lord is aware as well, creating a reciprocal relation. What are the decorums and etiquettes while pursuing muraqabah? There are many, and one of the most significant sentiments of the great philosopher and theologian Al Ghazali centers around God consciousness. He propagates that it is the obligation of the creation to be in constant awareness of its creator. This is to constantly obey him. The creator's eternal knowledge encompasses the ephemeral existence of the mortal from before their conception to the ages after they have passed on. His knowledge envelops the external and the internal and the metaphysical. He is the Lord and Creator. Glorified be He. Once understands this, they must follow a level of etiquette and protocol which are but not limited to. So, having humility and modesty, staying silent and only speaking when appropriate is the part of the etiquette while doing the muraqabah. It is mentioned in the narration, the one who believes in the Almighty and the last day should only speak good and stay quiet. For example, Attar, a great Sufi poet, says, that uh, 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 that even if you speak or your speech is like diamond, by speaking a lot the heart dies. So dil se pur guftan be mirat dar badan garch guftarat boat durre adan. So that is resolve to do the best that one can in every action, rush to do good deeds and avoiding sin, to be content with what one must deal with the daily, continuous reflection on one's internal state and the world around him, standing up for the truth. The physical benefits of Muraqabah is akin to benefits of standard meditation. Metaphysically speaking, the intended result of Muraqabah is to refrain from any action contrary to what is obligatory, and ultimately maintain one's mindfulness in a state that one's Lord finds them in. So, these are the general etiquettes of the muraqabah, though there are the different tariqas have their own suggestions and prescriptions and recommendations how to observe muraqabah. Then the stages of muraqabah, how one pursuer goes and or experiences different stages of muraqabah. Here are maqamat, and I would like to also clarify what maqam and is. There are two terms in Sufism. One is called hal, and another is called maqam. Hal is a momentary stage of trance, you can say, or realization, and hal is and maqam is a permanent stage of realization or trance. So hal, there are very few who achieve the stage of maqam in that realization, that they are in a stage of realization or trance. So here are maqamat in which Sufis have broadly categorized their journey of ascension. The categorization of an arbitrary one, and each level is generally further divided into several subtypes. Generally, there are two. One is uh, fana fi shaykh and then fana fillah. But some of the Sufis also say that there are fana fi shaykh, fana fi rasul, fana fil Quran, and then fana fillah. So first they become annihilated in or with the master or the guru, who leads the pursuer into this spiritual journey, and then when he crosses it into, then he becomes the one annihilated or merged with the ultimate truth or the God. uh, uh, Somnolence, this is the starting level of meditation. A person who starts meditation often enters or somnolent or a kind of sleep stage, or that is called also gunud or gunudgi. With the passage of time, the person goes into a state of between sleep and wakefulness. The person can remember seeing something, but not specifically what it is. The topic is well discussed, and some people, some scholars discuss it with dream also, because dream also is not seen in the deep sleep, it is seen in a lighter sleep. So idrak is cognition. With continuous practice of meditation, the sleeplessness from meditation decreases. When the conscious mind, it is not suppressed by sleep and is able to focus, the person can receive the spiritual knowledge from his subconscious mind. At this stage, the person is unable to see or hear anything but is able to experience or perceive it. Then there is the third stage, that is called Vurud. Vurud is the beginning, Vurud is arriving or coming when Idrak means the experience, the previous stage becomes deeper. It is exhibited as sight. The stage of Vurud starts when mental concentration is sustained and somnolence is at its minimum. So with that practice, the experience becomes so deep that the person starts considering himself a part of the experience rather than considering himself as an observer. And then uh, gnosis of the universe, that is also a resultant of the muraqaba. One is called kashf or ilham. So kashf is basically unveiling or in intuition, is the stage of the starting to get information that most other people are unable to observe. In the beginning, this occurs suddenly, without personal control. With practice, the mind gets so energized that it can get this knowledge by will. And there are lots of stories related to the Sufi saints of their ilham and kashf. Uh, 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 Shuhud means it is also basically the appearance of the unseen. Shuhud. Shuhud is means, the literal meaning is evidence. A person can get any information about any person at will. This stage is broadly categorized according to the activation of the senses. The person can see things anywhere in the universe. The person can hear anything or can smell or can touch. These are the spiritual senses known as hawas-e batin, that is the senses of the innermost. And then there is fath. Fath means generally we know it as a victory, but it is basically opening. Miftah is the key. So closing eyes is no longer necessary for meditation. So it means the seeker has achieved the stage of maqam instead of hal. So the person is freed from both space and time and can see, hear, taste, touch anything present anywhere in time and space. So that is the gnosis of the universe, or the irfan, or the istihzar of the universe. Then the second stage is the gnosis of the ultimate truth. That is that comes with fana. Fana is basically annihilation or extinction. So through a series of stages, that is maqamat, and subjective experience, that is ahwal, this process of absorption develops until complete annihilation of the self uh, takes place. So with that, a person is called as perfect man or insane kamil. Though insane kamil is used by many poets also, and philosophers, I think Nietzsche also uses a similar term, or for instance Rumi uses. But Darashako, for Darashako, people used to use this term also. It is the this integration of a person's narrow self-conceit, social self, and limited intellect, feeling like a drop of water, aware of being part of the ocean. The stage is also called Fana fit Tawheed or Fana fil Haq or Fana fillah. So then there is another term in this way, in this gnosis of the ultimate truth, that is Sair ilallah. This means the journey towards the God. The person starts his spiritual journey towards the ultimate reality or the universe. Uh, and uh, Then there is another term used as the Baka Billah, means life in God, the Creator. And there is one classic work done by the great Sufi poet Attar. And about Attar, Rumi says that Attar ruh budo sanai do chashmeu maaz pae sanayo Attara madim, means Attar was like the soul of this whole journey. And Sanai, another great Sufi who has written Hadika, and they have described in their works this whole journey. For instance, there is one book by Mantiqut Tair, means at the and the journey is uh, this is spiritual journey is narrated there. So this is the state in which man comes back to his existence, and God appoints him to guide the humans. The individual is part of the world, but unconcerned about the reward or position in the world. The doctrine is further explained in many books of and also in Quran also. So, for instance, Quran says that we are nearer to Him than His jugular vein, means uh, part of, or that is how many of the Sufis uh, explain it or describe it. What it is called as Wahdatul Wajud, means there is only one absolute existence, that is the ultimate truth, and everything is part of it. So that is, and this muraqabah has three uh, types: beginning, middle, and the higher muraqabahs. So with that, I would like to end my this brief, I think, introduction of muraqabah. That is one way of uh, pursuing different stages of the spiritual journey. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ahan. And now the paper is open for discussion. Yes, Vijay?
Yeah, thank you very much for your very enlightening paper. मेरे एक दो सवाल छोटे छोटे सवाल हैं. One is in this idea of muraqaba, would you include also the sort of the Rumi instituted practice of dancing, of ecstatic dancing? Would that also count as a kind of meditation? That's one. And the second question, which is completely unrelated to the first question, is that it seems quite obvious, and also from what you said and quoted occasionally, that many of the key terms, fana and other terms, sair, have been incorporated into Urdu love poetry. So, and that's obviously a conscious thing. So I would be interested, I mean, because it seems to me, and perhaps this is stating the obvious for those who know. It seems to me that the Urdu love poetry is not actually love poetry at all. I mean, in the sense, it's not really about some woman whom, or even a yar, because, it's sort of ambivalent between God and woman, and even a male boy, perhaps. I mean, after all, uh, 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 Rumi himself falls in love with a middle-aged man, and celebrates that love in a very long literary work, which is so influential. तो ये दो मेरे अलग अलग से सवाल थे, ये आपसे पूछना.
Very interesting question, and I would love to. First one was whether dance that Maulaviyas, the follower of the Maulavi, and Maulavi himself used to do, is part of this Moraqba or not. Yes, that was and that can be, as I submitted and I mentioned that in the beginning of this Moraqaba, so the person or the seeker is under the guidance of someone, and he is in the learner's stage. When he transcends that stage, he can do the muraqaba in any way, by sitting, by dancing, by even walking. So that can be. The second question is about the poetry and the terms used, means apparently they are addressing a worldly beloved, a woman or someone. But yes, they have used these terms to describe the sophistic stages and some like, but that can be interpreted uh, both ways. It is, for instance, there is a very classic ghazal by Shah Azimabad. He says, इन आंखों ने क्या क्या तमाशा न देखा, हकीकत में जो देखना था न देखा, न हिम्मत न किस्मत न दिल है न आंखें, न ढूंढा न पाया न समझा न देखा, और वो कब देख सकता है उसकी तजल्ली जिस इंसान ने अपना ही जलवा न देखा, और उसे देखकर और को भी जो देखे कोई देखने वाला ऐसा न देखा, और गया कारवां छोड़कर मुझको तन्हा, जरा मेरे आने का रास्ता न देखा. And every ghazal, every couplet, for instance, the very famous ghazal of Ghalib, and you like it, him, आह को चाहिए एक उम्र असर होने तक, कौन जीता है तेरी जुल्फ के सर होने तक. So apparently it is about a lady beloved, but it is about the ultimate beloved also. And there is a famous anecdote about Mir, who is basically a poet of love. When he was just 14-year lad, his maternal uncle Sirajuddin Khan Arzu, he told, "Beta, ishq karo." So he was very simple. He told, "Mamu Jan kisse ishq kare?" And Arzu was also his teacher. So उन्होंने कहा कि बकरी से इश्क करो. So he started looking after a goat, कि उसको सर्दी लग रही है तो उसके लिए कपड़े. Basically he was preparing his consciousness to love, so that he can, and there is very famous ishq majazi and ishq haqiqi. Until and unless your heart is not ready for or aware of the love, that feeling, you cannot go to love the ultimate truth. So that is required, I think. So yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you for your very enlightening speech. One thing which resonates with me, you said that the silence is the avoidance of these sins. That's, I think, a very important statement which we are forgetting, because in earlier days also We used to talk about Shravaks, listeners. We used to talk about Muni. Muni means mourn, who does not speak. So I think this is something which needs to be emphasized. It should not go under the carpet among so many concepts which you have projected. Thank you.
All right, that was the comment. Yeah,
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Ahmed, for your enlightening presentation. I was, in the context of our seminar, Science of the Mind, the Sufi practice, do they find parallels, of course, in the Hindu practices of self-realization and the very systematic meditative forms that we find in Buddhism? Particularly, we have understood a lot from the Tibetan Buddhist practices, because we have heard His Holiness Dalai Lama. So that means there is a convergence. Would there be a, you can say, because you did mention that Darashiko, in his own exploration of these spiritual traditions, he found a convergence. And if that is true, then surely there must be, our paths are not parallel, but there should be a convergence. And that enlightenment, the final Ishke Hakiki, should create more harmony and peace.
Exactly
So
what I, yeah.
how this can come down or percolate to the common man in the busy life where we are struggling barely for survival. So if some space can be created, some time can be offered to say that the point of devotion is common to all. So why not let us see that our practices also converge, though there can be a diversity in it.
Yes,
So how
exactly.
you would-
As you mentioned, and I mentioned in my talk also in the beginning, that to my understanding, there are three religion or faith is a three-tier system. The first one is the concept of God. Different religions and faiths have different. Some are the monotheist, for example. Even in the Veda says Eko Brahma Duito Nasti, and that can be exactly what Muslims says, La ilaha illallah, there is one God and none other. And there are different. The second one is the system to the rituals, the disciplinary system. The third is the one that is the where all the religions and all those who believe in the spirituality have the commonalities. That is the one point. Means every religion or everyone, even someone who does not believe in religion and believes in spirituality, this is the one thing where you can be united. So exactly what I think you also said the same thing. And yes, the practices of realization, there's those means ways and etiquette, you can say, like in Buddhism or Sufism. So we can see that even Buddhist, the Muslim Sufis adopted Buddhist way of muraqabah, or the yogis way of muraqabah. And we also see, for example, in Delhi, there was Hazrat Nizamuddin Aulia. His khanqa was full of all kind of Sufis, yogis, and they used to practice in the same ground all their practices. So why they could do? Because they were united by one thing, that was the spiritual seeking. And there you go beyond all these identities. There's one identity, and you are going to identify and merge into that ultimate thing, ultimate reality. So there is no difference. And you, if someone is really spiritualist, he cannot differentiate between anything. For him, everything is the part of God, and he would be having compassion for the whole universe.
thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for your talk. Now, I'm very interested in knowing, what are the different possible attitudes that one can see in the whole human history of the religious discourse vis-a-vis the question of religious diversity. Now, for example, you mentioned Akbar's, it was an attempt to uniformize and which didn't work, this Din Ilahi. Now, I would like to know very briefly, for example, this Dara Shiko's attempt to translate the Upanishads, to read other religious traditions, etc. What kind of attitude finally he arrived at? What is the sort of definitive reading on his part or on the part of Sufism as a tradition, towards the presence of the plurality of religions? Is it possible, for example, for anybody coming from these traditions to agree with the sort of attitude that Sri Ramakrishna, for example, had propagated? Jatamat Tatapath, as many views, so many paths. Will it be considered as bigotry, as being offensive, or is this something acceptable? Could you please comment on that?
Very interesting questions. I think there are two questions. One, how Akbar treated religion. Akbar, as we know, was interested into different religions, and he was basically a ruler and politician. And when he talks about unity of religions, and he tried one by Deen Elahi, he tried to mix all the religions. And I have come across a very interesting comment by a contemporary uh, uh, um, uh, father who was from, I think, Portugal, and he was attending those discussions with different other religions. So he is writing that he says, and basically every religious representative was trying to convert the Akbar into his fold of religion. For instance, Muslims wanted he should be a devout Muslim. The Christians wanted him to be a Christian, or others like. But he finally he comments that he basically wants to destroy all the religions. He has written it into, because what I told that they are basically the clergy is basically interested into the second form of religion, means the rituals and the identity, that is the part where the clergy is interested, and he wants to mix it. Okay, so he basically wants to destroy all the religion, the format of the religion, the religious system, and that was not possible. Basically he wanted a harmonious coexistence. That was his intention as a ruler, and that was very good, or he failed. Basically only 18 people officially accepted it. Only 18 people in his such a grand emperor, like emperor, and he could convince only 18 people, and those who were the people who made the mahja. Anyway, so it is the second part is basically Dara was not the first person to do it. Even before that, always say it, and it is my area of interest, that in the pre-colonial India, knowledge, text, traditions were not attached with the identities. Amir Khusro is a great scholar of Sanskrit. He is writing. There are Pandits who are scholars of Quran and Arabic and all. A person like Mullah Badayuni, who was part of Akbar's court, he is a very conservative Muslim, and he is the one who translated Ramayana, Mahabharata, Rig Veda into Persian. How? Because at that time all the educated people used to study all the available knowledge, and these were considered as the knowledge and books of the knowledge. So it was not attached with the. Similarly, Chandrabhan Brahman is equally a conservative Sanatani, and he is such an expert on Quran and Arabic that his books were taught in madrasas. So knowledge was not attached with the identities generally, and what Dara Shikoh did was basically the part of the same tradition, and he did for, as he mentions, he did for his own personal enlightenment. So it was that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We have Sufism is a mystical form of Islam, but why there is disagreement on Sufism? Disagreement on Sufism, not disagreement in Sufism. And this is what he asks, so please respond.
This is a very simple one. The disagreement belongs to discussion, and Sufism is something with the experience, part of the experience. So for example, a pain cannot be discussed. Pain can be felt on. So those who do not believe in pain, they can discuss on about it. So that for me it is like that.
All right.
And yes, Sufism's text and all and their ways and apparent posturing that may be criticized, discussed, and that is open to the academic things. And it has been done and it will continue to.
Thank you very much. Now, last question. No, please, last question. We are running short of time. Already I have given.
Actually, the previous question, online question, raised a similar issue. So I don't know anything about Islam because I haven't read the Quran. And I was wondering, I go to Nizamuddin and I see so many different types of people going there. But I wanted to know what was there who was the first and where? Was it in Persia? Was it in India? The first of what you call the Sufi lineage, who started this kind of amalgamative kind of an experiential kind of understanding of Quran, and why was there something in it which went against anything in the Quran, any hadith or anything? Why did it become a source of contention such that they were persecuted? Like even now, and Dara Shikoh, of course, was put to death. And now in Kashmir, we hear it's a famous Sufi culture, but they're targeting their mosques and people.
So there are two parts of it: how it began and why they are being persecuted. Yes, it began even during the period of Prophet. There, even the word Sufi, in the view of some of the scholars and many of the scholars, is derived from the word Sufa. Sufa is a kind of, you can say, chabutra, we can say in Hindi, that was near the house of the Prophet. And those people who were devout to the zikr and all, they were staying there. And many say that it is derived from there. So the tradition is from the beginning. Prophet himself was a spiritual person. Yes, the Sufi, why they are being attacked? Because if you see the Sufis, as I mentioned, there are two things in the Sufis' character. One is the spiritual part, another is the humanist part. If you are humanist, you are with the common masses, with their pain, problems, agony, and you are not with the establishments, with the rulers. Okay, so always rulers have been seen as the oppressors. That's why, for example, there is one silsila in India, Chishtiya silsila. Their most fundamental character is that they won't be attached with any king or establishment or ruler. And Nizamuddin Auliya did not allow the king of the time to enter his dargah. When he came, he went away from another door. So they do not want to be associated with king, because if you are associated with the king, you are not with the common masses, and that's why they are.
Is it, and she asked this question, but I am putting it very directly. Why is it that Sufism is not regarded as Islamic at all? You see,
It is inseparable
anyway,
from
we'll discuss
Islam.
this outside because I have stopped him, so I must not cross my own limit. Thank you very much. We'll discuss this outside. Yeah. Now, may I request Professor Bhagchandra Jain, Bhaskar, to present his paper. You can come here. You can come there if you like. You can come here also. His paper is on science of mind in Jainism and Buddhism. He's a very renowned scholar in Jainism and Buddhism. So he's making a what is called comparative study between the two.
So, pranam to everybody. So, due to lack of time, I should start directly. And the caption of my paper is Science of Mind in Jainism and Buddhism. The mind, manas, is very much important aspect in philosophical world. It creates the impression that it is a part of soul, which is a main instrument for acquiring knowledge of an entity. It is also a fact that it assists in realizing the amount of sorrow and pleasure. Then so many questions are arising as to what is the relation of mind with the body or soul, or what is the function of mind, and so on. The Indian and Western philosophers considered such issues to a great extent. For instance, the Nyaya and Vaisheshik philosophers are of view that mind is an internal sense. It is atomic in size and moves around the external senses. It is eternal substance having an independent existence and can be known through inference only and not the physical presence. The contact with the soul is an essential condition for knowledge of a substance. The Vedanta philosophy is of view that it is a particular state of antahakaran which includes all types of mental states. According to Sankhya philosophy, mind is an evolution of Prakriti and gets intelligence through the reflection of Purush. The Buddhism is of view that it is pure consciousness and possesses different states of mind as a receptive faculty. I need not go in detail in this respect. The aim and object of this paper is to discuss the science of nature and function of mind in Jainism with comparative perspective in Buddhist philosophy, a branch of Shraman philosophy from Prakrit and Pali and Sanskrit sources in particular, and to find out its place in Indian philosophy in general. Both these religions and philosophical concepts belong to the Shraman culture and hence require a comparative study of this in this context. Now, in Jainism, mind is described in several ways, like anindriya and antahkaran. Now, mind is called anindriya. The term anindriya does not mean that it is not a sense, indriya, but indicates that it has a comparatively lesser degree of the character of sense. The mind is also a means of knowledge, but it is dependent on other senses for grasping external objects. It assists in knowing and perceiving the objects to other senses in the activities like remembrance, pratyabhigyan, upapoha, and sankalpa. Now, it consists of series of auspicious and inauspicious doubts. Fourth, it apprehends all the objects. Fifth, it assists in thinking. Sixth, it is indeed a common factor in all the indirect cognitions. The object of other senses is fixed, but the mind is not confined to any of the physical qualities. It is capable of apprehending the past and future also. The function of mind is thinking or pondering over the subject. Seventh, the mental activities are material by nature. Mind is the quality of a pudgal, that means matter. It is called drabyendri. Eighth, it is called drabyendri, means physical sense, consisting of manovargana, a type of aggregate of karmic molecules related to forming mental faculty in Jain technical terminology. Sorry. Ninth, it spreads in entire body and assists in knowing and perceiving all the objects. Therefore, it is called the Karan, means operative state, active form of karmas, of soul. 10th, it is also called a Sangi and Antahakaran. 11th, it is also called Matigyan. 12th, it is subtle, means sukshma, and cannot be perceived. Now, the types of mind. According to Jainism, mind is of two types: physical mind, that means drabyaman, and the thought activity, that means bhavaman. The physical mind is material, that means paudgalic, constituted of manovargana, feeling. The Digambar Jain tradition is of view that the heart is abode of drabyaman, and drabyaman is of the shape of a lotus with 8 petals. It occupies the whole body. According to the Shwetambar Jain tradition, the feeling physical mind, that means bhavaman or chetanman, is the power of activity of the self to perform mental functions. This part of mind thinks, imagines, plans, discriminates, and takes decision. The material mind becomes cooperative to Chetan mind. Without material mind, the Chetan mind cannot perform its activities. In fact, it does not possess the power of knowledge. Therefore, the Bhavaman is called Gyan, and Gyan is the nature of soul. Therefore, it is included into soul sometimes. Now, both the types of mind come together and perform the mental activities. They are Murt and Pudgal to certain extent. The Chetan mind, that means Bhavaman, cannot be constructed through material atoms. If it is constructed through material atoms, it could not be destructed from the body. Chetan or consciousness is the characteristic of soul. It never stays with the selfless body, and bodiless Chetan or soul cannot be perceived. We, in fact, perceive the soul or Chetan mind if it stays with the body. The functioning of mind is the activity of the soul resulting from annihilation cum subsidence of physical karma. The Indriya Gyan is not the real Gyan in Paramarth standpoint. Pravachans are 5.5. Conceptual development of mind in Jainism. It may be noted here that the conceptual development of mind took place in Jainism. For instance, in the Nandi Sutra and Anuyogadwar Sutra, the ordinary perception is confined to 5 external senses. Mental cognition is not regarded as perception, but in the latter stage, the apprehensions of pleasure, pain, etc. are included into perception. In the Agamic period, feeling has no relation with the mind, but it is directly connected with the soul. Even the animals without mind, asangi jeev, feel pleasure, pain, etc. All the souls apprehend their own qualities independently in Jainism, while according to Nayayikas, the qualities of soul are cognized by the mind. The Vedanta, Sankhya, and Buddhist philosophers assign the qualities of pleasure, pain, etc. to mind only. But the Jainas are of view that they are qualities of the self mixed with karmic matter. Mutual impact between mind and body. Let us understand the impact of mind on body and vice versa. The soul is formless, that means amurtic. We cannot perceive the soul. The body gets expression of activities of mind. In other words, soul is the electricity and the body is bulb. The power of knowledge is the characteristic of soul, and its instruments are the part of body. The soul speaks through body. Likewise, soul adopts the matter and their movements through body. Without the soul, the thinking, speaking, and other activities cannot be happened, and without body, their expression cannot take place. Therefore, it is called Drabya-nimittam hi sansarinam virya mupajayate. Our mind starts thinking and then adopts the favorable or unfavorable substances through Drabyaman or Paudgulikman. The unfavorable substances put harms to the body, and favorable substances bestow the benefits to the body. Thus, body gets affected by mind. So far as concerned with the relation between soul and body, the soul, according to Jainism, cannot be perceived or known by the senses, as already spoken, mind and intellect. Its attribute is consciousness, which is also beyond the reach of perception. It can be known only through its function. The soul extends in the whole body. The soul, being non-physical, in fact, has no contact with the body. The contact with the body is made through karma, but it has no contact with the karma either. The soul and karma has an association of essential nature. In the absolute sense, that means nishchaya, the soul in nature is completely pure, possessing knowledge and vision. That means jnana and darshan, and that is called upyog. But it becomes impure with the association of karmas. The worldly soul does not exist without association of karma in nature. The soul or jeev or atta or appa is always in impure state unless purified by special efforts like right penance. The soul becomes free of karma only in the liberated state when all karmas are eliminated by right penance. Once it is free from all karmas, it becomes omniscient and omnipotent, and the soul is not embodied again. It achieves the moksha or salvation and never takes birth and death again. Upyog and chetan, that means consciousness, are two sides of the same entity, that means jeev. Consciousness may be interpreted both as a structure and a function of the jeev or soul, but upyog refers to the functional side only. Upyog gives us almost the same meaning as we get the meaning mentally active. In other words, consciousness or chetana may be taken as in fact of the jiva's structure and upyog as a fact of jiva's function. The function of mind is to assist the senses for obtaining the knowledge or feeling. The Nandi Sutra says that the sense cognition is different from the mental cognition. The first is direct cognition, that means pratyaksha jnana, while the latter is indirect cognition, which means paroksha jnana. In the logical period, this definition is slightly changed from practical standpoint. All the types of indirect cognition except the agam are included into indirect empirical cognition, that means paroksha jnana. Akalank then clarifies the nature of direct and indirect cognition and includes all types of mental cognition into Shruti. As far as the sense cognition is concerned, he does not differ from the Nandi Sutra. Matigyan is exclusively related with the senses, and the soul cognizes the object through medium of senses without depending upon the assistance of mind. The instruments of Matigyan and Shrutagyan are the senses and mind. The senses and mind are not one and the same. One obtains the knowledge of substance in Matigyan through senses and mind, while Shrutagyan depends on the word or hint. It is the Matigyan if one perceives the jar through vision only, and when it is known through word only, it is Shrutagyan. The Matigyan is paroksho, indirect knowledge, and also it is vyabharik pratyaksha in Jain tradition. This is called in Nandi Sutra. The Matigyan is divided into 4 processes: avagraya, ava, dharana, and so on. In the case of supersensual cognition, avadhigyan, manaparegyan, and kevalagyan, the role of mind is finished. In these types of knowledge, the object is cognized directly by the purified soul. The 4 types of kashayas are passions, and 9 types of quasi-passions, no kashayas, also are related with the mind, but those are not cognition. The difference between mind and soul. In this regard, it would be better if we try to understand the distinction between the mind and soul. According to Jainism, the mind does not possess consciousness, which is the exclusive characteristic of soul. Mind is not a permanent entity. It exists only when consciousness manifests as thoughts, desires, emotions, etc. Mind can have only one thought at a time, while the soul has power of plurality. The mind derives its power from the soul and acts on a physical plane. The mind is influenced by the external world and body, and then it influences the soul. In the emancipation state of the soul, the veil of physical karma disappears and the physical mind ceases to exist. Now, whether the mind is included into senses. It may be noted here that mind is in Jainism is included into the fold of senses to a certain extent. The Nayayikas are of view that mind is an independent substance, while the Sankhya philosophy includes the mind into senses. Both the senses and mind are the causes of both Matigyan and Shrutagyan. But the knowledge which is obtained by the word hearing is the only subject of mind and not the senses. Except avagraya, the other sources of knowledge, the iha, ava, and dharana, are known only through mind and not senses. Another difference is the direct knowledge, pratyaksha jnana, is the subject of senses, while the mind is the cause of both, direct and indirect, pratyaksha and paroksha. The subject of Shrutagyan is only mind and not the senses. The third difference is that the senses obtain the subject of present only, while the mind obtains the substances of present, past, and future. The mind remains at the time of thinking only and not earlier or later. In other words, its thinking aspect is related to present, remembrance is related to past, sangya is related to present and past, imagination is related to future, chinta, avinibodh, and word knowledge are related to past, present, and future. This is the comprehensiveness of mind. Its stages of development can be observed through the injects or beings possessing one sense to five senses. According to Jainism, it happens due to our past karmas. Now, the sangyas, instinct. The Agamic tradition uses the word sangya, which indicates the function of mind, both learned and unlearned. It is the knowledge gained due to annihilation, cum substance of karma. It is divided into 10 varieties: hunger, carnality, possession, anger, and so on, maya, deceit, and so on. Now, these sangyas are common to all the mundane beings, including one sense organisms. They are named as Veda in the Bhagavati Sutra. Further, they are also divided into 3 categories: Hetuvadiki, acceptance or rejection on the basis of their advantages and disadvantages. Now, Digakalik, and then Drishtivadik, and then again, all these 3 sangyas are related to knowledge. They are the trains of both soul and mind and influenced by karmas. According to the Acharanga Nirukti, the sangyas or instincts are divided into 14: ahar, bhaya, parigraha, maithun, sukh, dukh, moh, vichikitsa, krodh, man, maya, lobh, shiksha, lok, dharma, and sangya. Now, these sangyas remain with one sense beings to all the beings possessing 5 senses endowed with mind. All other beings are asangis or without mind. But in the same time, it is held that mati and shrutagyan are common to all the imperfect souls. The shruti is caused exclusively by the mind, and therefore it cannot exist in the lower grade beings. Is not so much developed as amounting to higher grade beings. We can understand the 4 forms of mental development in beings: the natural mind or intelligence, the intelligence obtained by practice or discipline, and the third, discretion obtained through constant practice, and fourth, knowledge gained by practical observation or experiment through the matured age. Now, the mental development in all the beings does not find in equal, but it is found in gradation according to their nature and power. The discretion and movement power remain with sansaric jivas, being possessing mind. It can be identified by the 7 aspects: power of possession, investigation of power, decisive power, retention power, that means dharana shakti, remembrance power, smriti shakti, interpretation power, vishleshan shakti, and imagination power, kalpana shakti. Now, there are 4 aspects of mental capability. Intelligence, buddhi; enthusiasm, utsaha; efforts, udyoga; and desire of feeling, that means bhavana. Now, thus the mind in Jain tradition is of 2 types. One is conscious, means chetan, and the other one is material, that means paudvilik. The material mind assists the conscious mind, that means jnanatmak man. Without material mind, the conscious mind cannot function at all. It alone does not have power of knowledge. With the combination of both, the mental activities come forward. The conscious mind is chetan or soul. It cannot come into existence by material anuparmanuj. The conscious or chetan or soul is not a product of mind, but it is an independent substance. The consciousness is the exclusive quality of soul, which does not find in the matter. With the correlation of both, new qualities come forth, which are called vaibhavik guna in Jain technical language. These qualities are 4 in number: nutriment, means ahar; breath, swasochvas; language, bhasha; and material mind, paudulik man. These qualities are neither of soul nor of body. They are in fact a product of combination of both and get distracted as soon as they are disunited. Mind, like soul, is not a permanent entity. It exists only when consciousness manifests as thoughts, beliefs, desires, emotions, and feelings. Mind is influenced by the rising karma in working. It can have only one thought at a time, as I have already spoken. Now, the concept of mind in Buddhist philosophy. The concept of mind is widely discussed in Abhidhamma literature of Pali and Buddhism. It is a scientific treatise and a metaphysical discourse which is collected from Dhamma and Vinaya, or that the 9 types of scripture, that means Navang Agmaj. The word Dhamma has many meanings which became a complicated subject for deciding its nature in Buddhism. In general, we can assume the meaning of the word Dhamma as doctrine or principle of truth or matter or virtue. All these meanings are correlated with each other. Rich Davids put the term Abhidhamma and Abhivinay on the Nikayas into advanced teaching of the Buddha, covering both doctrine and discipline in the sense of Uttam Dharma. The Chinese texts clarify the word with stating it is Gambhira Abhidhamma, based on the questions and answers called Dhammikatha or Abhidhammakatha, that indicates the advanced discussion on the Dhamma. These Dhammas are defined and arranged into Matikas. The word Matika means matrix or list of topics, which is found in the Nikayas and Agmas. For instance, the Mool Sarvasivad Vinay states that Matikas are 4 Satipatthanas, 4 Sampadanadas, 4 Iddhipadas, 4 Indriyas, 5 Balas, 7 Bojjangas, 8 Magganas, 4 Visarajas, 4 Patisamvedas, 4 Sangyan Phalas, and so on. Now, the Samadhi Bhavana, Abhisamayo, Sammuti Jnana, Samath Vipassana, Dhamma Sangani, and Dhamma Sakhan. Here the word Matikas indicate the topics. 37 practical Dhammas are a set of 7 headings of Abhidhamma text. It may be mentioned here that the word Matika is also discussed in the same sense in Jain Agmas, particularly Prakrit Agmas. The mind and body in Buddhism are called Nama, consciousness, and Rupa. The mind, that means Chitta, is called the Nama, having corresponding words Chitta and Vijnana. It gets its nourishment from the 6 senses and has momentary existence and flows like a stream, having consciousness arising and ceasing. Since the mind is our basis of existence, it must also possess other vital characteristics too. The day mind stops its rising, we are dead. It is main characteristic of an entity called I. As regards roop or body, it is visible. We see it, touch it, and feel it. Without the mind, the body cannot survive. It makes the initial thinking and then body moves. It means for the body's dynamic behavior, the mind is absolutely essential. When the mind arises, it is always accompanied by a companion who carries out the essential functions necessary to complete the task involved. The companion is called Chetasak in Pali, which may be translated as mental factors. The Chittas and Chetasikas are discrete units of energy that have vibrations as their base. The Chetasikas also play a vital role in all our activities from mental to physical. Sorry. The mind or chitta may be translated as consciousness, which is to cognize, to know. It is an instrument or an agent in the process of cognition where a large number of mind units or chittas are formed with the inherent characteristic of cognition arising and passing away. During this process, it makes an act moral or immoral, that means kushal or akushal. Sorry. In Buddhism, there are 89 types of mind or chitta. Basically, the chit is of 4 types. Kamavachar, based on tanha, greed rooted. Rupavachar, based on meditation. Arupavachar, meditating on karmasthanas, and Lokuttar, meditating on the nirvana, where all the tanhas become destroyed. The 89 types of chittas on the basis of jati are as follows and so on. Now, akusal chitta 12, kushal chitta 21, vipak chitta 36, and kriya chitta 20. Altogether, they are total number comes to 89. These 89 types of chittas can also be divided into 121 types as follows. Now, Sahetuk Vipak Chitta, yes, we are coming to in. So I don't want to describe all these types. Here in Buddhism, Chitta, Man, and Vijnana are synonymous words. The work as works, soul in other philosophies like Jainism. In Jainism, Man is of 2 types. One is Chetan and other one is Paudalik, as already told. Now, this is the nature of mind in the Theravada philosophy. It is more and more discussed in Mahayana literature, where Chitta, Man, and Vigyan are discussed as synonymous words. They work as works soul in other philosophical concepts like Jainism. Vasubandhu, Aridev, and other Mahayana philosophers have dealt with mind in detail in Madhyamik, Yogachar, and other Buddhist literature. The Tantric Buddhism, a branch of Mahayana, undertook a little more turn, and further discussion is made on its nature in a Tantric way. Renunciation, bodhicitta, and correct view of emptiness are 3 of the prerequisites for the practice of Buddhist Tantra. We shall here discuss the nature of mind in Buddhist Tantra with the view that it is dealt with somewhat different ways. As observed by Shah, the interpreters of Tantric art and literature have maintained that positive female imagery does not reflect women's lives or accomplishments. Rather, historians have held that Tantric Buddhism was an oppressive movement in which women were at best marginal and subordinate, at worst degraded and exploited position. The prevalent view is that the human counterparts of the exuberant yoginis of Tantric iconography were downtrodden prostitutes and low-caste women exploited for ritual purposes, and now this is decode. As regards the nature of mind in Buddhism from ultimate point of view, our consciousness, chit or mind always remain clear and pure, even in Tantric view. The non-dual characteristic of mind is never damaged by the dualistic concept that arise in jealousy, anger, ignorance, attachment, ego, and such other emotions are the main causes which damage the nature of mind. All phenomena are nothing but fleeting appearance should be kept in our mind. The more we contemplate the clarity of our own consciousness, the less we hold unto any appearance as being concrete and real, and less we suffer. Tibetan Lamas often say, not seeing is the perfect seeing. Storage works perhaps have a profound meaning. They describe the advanced meditators' experience of spacious, universal, and reality, an experience beyond dualism. We all have the capacity to move from the confused, polluted state of ego conflict to the natural, clean state of pure consciousness itself. Just the last paragraph. The Buddhist tantric texts like Yogini Tantras, Hevajra Tantra, Chakrasambar Tantra, Chand Maharoshan Tantra, Anuttar Yoga Tantra are the ones that describe the spiritual companionship between man and women and sexual union as a vehicle union of religious transformations. Likewise, the worship of women and the practice of sexual intimacy as a form of spiritual discipline in tantric way. Imitation is the most requirement for receiving esoteric instruction, which includes ritual empowerment, that means abhishek, it is technical term abhishek. Reading transmission, that means agam, and secret oral instruction, that means upadesh. The Buddhist Tantra insists that desire, passion, ecstasy, that means paramananda, should be embraced on the religious path in order to achieve an enlightenment. Jainism does not agree with this view at all. Right knowledge and right conduct of following 12 vows called Ratnatraya. As regards the science of mind in Jainism, as has already been discussed, is of two types. One is Chetan consciousness and the other one is Paudulik. The Paudulik one is cooperative nature of Jnanatmak one. The Jnanatmak one cannot work without Paudulik one. It is Chetan having consciousness. It cannot be originated from Paudulik Parmanuj. It works with the help of Snayuj, that means Snayu Mandal, brain and matter, and therefore it is also material, that means Paudulik. It is the duty to obey the command of Chitta or Adhyavasaya. Mind is a form of intention, that means Sankalp. It bonds with remembrance, assumption, and so on. Now it is pervaded in the whole body. Its nature could be understood through relativity. It possesses interminable knowledge, vision, pleasure, joy, power. It is the instrument for self-realization. In Jainism, man and Chitta are of different nature. Man is Achetan, while Chit is Sachetan. The senses are the mark of soul or Indra. The senses other than man are apprehended by outer senses, while mind cannot be. Therefore, mind is called anindriya before the senses start their function, and the mind activates first, and therefore it is called anindriya. The consideration are merits and demerits, and remembrance are also its function. It is also an instrument of ashrav and bandha of karmas, and also a guide for the achievement of nirjara and moksha. The man, on the other hand, in Buddhism is a chitta and nothing else, not Paudgalik. This is the nature and function of mind as discussed in Jainism and Buddhism. I could not make it a very comparative study because it requires a lot of time. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, the paper is now open for discussion. I invite questions. No? Maybe people take 1 minute or so. Let's give them time to think over. It was a very exhaustive.
There was one remark. Okay,
Please,
madam.
yeah, please.
Sudhamai first.
I'm just wanting a clarification. You said man is an indriya. I thought there were only panchendriyas in Jainism.
Is man an indriya? Because you said it in the beginning of your paper.
No. Man is not indriya. Man is anindriya.
An indriya.
It is anindriya. It is not, that cannot be included in senses. And that anindriya means to certain extent it is indriya, to certain extent it is anindriya.
No, in what sense?
Means in kinchit.
No, then our question will be.
This means kinchit.
Kinchit is all right.
Yeah.
But then we can extend that question and ask you, what are the circumstances under which the man becomes indriya, and what are the circumstances in which it is an anindriya?
Man, that is Sangi and Asangi, two types of man. Sangi and Asangi. Sangi means which have quite a good type of man, and Asangi means which could not, those could not have fully knowledge, matlab partial knowledge. So they are Asangi. So A means kinchit, not full, and Sangi means they have full knowledge.
No, you see, if a person has only one mind, this
Yes.
is my question.
Okay.
Now, depending on the question
Yeah,
she
yeah,
asked.
yeah.
If mind can be sangi,
Right.
that is, it can have all
Yeah,
the knowledge, in
all
the
the
world,
knowledge, yeah.
in the universe, then why should I call it a sangi at all? Is it not a contradiction?
No,
to
no,
call
no,
it-
no, 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 no. Some, the kashayas are there. So due to kashayas, due to karmas, the full knowledge that is covered. And as soon as all the covers get destroyed, so enter the nature of perfect knowledge we get, and that is called omniscient. So this is the difference.
One cannot be omniscient, number one. Number two, when we talk about man
Yeah.
and mind, I mean, they
Oh,
are
okay.
we are using it
Okay,
synonymously.
okay.
Mind, there may be kashayas which are covering my mind,
Yeah,
as a result of which I cannot get full knowledge of the
that's true.
universe. Now, once the kashayas are removed,
Yes.
then either man should become something different, or man or mind should still be covered with pollutions, with kashayas,
Right.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
So why do you use the same word man for the organ or for the indriya or for the anindriya, which is covered with kashayas, as well as for the indriya or whatever you want to call it, as free from kashayas? So there should be growth. You see, vertical growth has to be there. Kashayas are there, and
Yeah.
then some indriya is there,
Right.
Which you prefer to call anindriya.
Anindri, right.
Now, as the kashayas as I go up, kashayas are left there at the base, right?
Right.
Now, when I go up here, then am I the man or am I a liberated mind? You see, these differences are subtle, but in philosophy they will matter a lot.
Yeah, yeah. Right.
So that is why I'm asking you
Can
about
I
this.
supplement
But
your?
please.
My one, I don't know, I'm just suggesting that perhaps the mind in Jaina philosophy is run by the consciousness. So when the consciousness gets kashaya mukt, then the mind becomes clear and leads to kevalgya. So that is the progression you are talking about. At the lower level, it is the consciousness is sullied, which is consciousness is equal to the soul. It is full of kashayas, and therefore the man is not clear and cannot see, is not.
My question was, which of course was generated from your question. My question was that why do we use the same term man for both the states? One, the liberated state, a Cavalya state. In Cavalya, do I have man or not?
No, you don't have.
Good. Okay. She's right. Yes. Please.
Thank you very much, Professor Bhaskar. I heard you say that in Jainism, the mind does not possess consciousness. And you also stressed on the distinction between mind and soul. I always thought that mind is a rational faculty of the soul. But then you went further and said that mind, as far as Jains are concerned, does not possess consciousness. My understanding is that consciousness actually emerges from the mind. So how do we understand this better? because the soul is the one entity and it has many other faculties. So mind is one of them, imagination, memory, all of these other qualities, including instincts. Yes. So this Chetna is consciousness. How is it that the mind, according to Jainism understanding, does not possess consciousness? On what grounds? Thank you.
Man and soul both are rather different factor. However, man is a part and parcel of soul because without man, soul cannot have an existence. But when we get liberation, man gets healed. Because man is a collection of all desires and that worldly affairs, all these things. So until and unless you destroy all these kashayas, we cannot get the salvation. So it is rather inevitable that man should be destroyed, I should say, in other words. Kashayas. It relates to kashayas.
One conjoined with
Kashayas.
has to be
Annihilated. Yes, has to be related. Annihilated.
Please, take the question here. Yeah.
Hello, sir. Thank you for the illuminating talk. I apologize, my question is a little vague because I'm not formally trained in philosophy. But piggybacking from the last question on purity and consciousness, it seems to me that on one side, there is an experiential experience of letting go of individualization, of letting go of mind and entering consciousness. And on the other side of practice, there is an extreme control and hierarchy and control of the body which is being enforced on the practitioner. So can you please comment on the contrast between the two? That in the theoretical ideas of this, there is something called the mind which is undergoing transformation to reach a state of liberation, of freedom. And on the other side, on the practical aspect, on the practice of this path, there is an extreme control put on the body. It is almost like there's a violence being put on the body in terms of... So then what is the relationship between extreme control of the body on the one hand and the liberation of the mind and the loss of individualization on the other?
Why do we control our body? Why there's so much emphasis in Jainism about controlling our body?
That means penance, in other
order
words.
to get rid of the kashayas and reach that state of pure consciousness. Have I reformulated it right?
And also, why is it correct? But in continuation to that, why is that rigidity of control on the body maintained?
And even when you have achieved your liberation or kaivalya, why do I have to still keep on going through the same rigorous process through which I was going before attaining nirvana or kaivalya? That's the question.
If I get the correctness of question, I should say, until and unless we destroy our kashayas, we cannot get liberation. It's true. Because kashayas invite the sorrows and so many types of dukkhas. And until and unless we get destroyed the kashayas, krodh, man, maya and lobha, we cannot have a liberation. So this is the basic topic regarding the liberation. Regarding the
No, his question is, I think more
could not
has more
actually-
thing in it. That is to say, why are we putting our body to denials of all pleasurable things
Right.
in order to get rid of the kashayas?
Right.
And the second
Yeah,
part of
yeah,
the
yeah.
question, which he insists should be asked, is that once I have got rid of the kashayas,
Mhm.
why should I continue troubling my body?
That means
That is, why should I deny myself the pleasures of life, the so-called pleasures of life? Is that right? Yeah, please.
the kashayas, that means 4 types of kashayas are there: Krodh, Man, Maya, and Lobha. These are the related with worldly affairs. So until and unless we get rid of these worldly affairs, which invite the different types of sorrows, we cannot get the liberation fully from karmas.
All right, that's the premise I have.
Yeah.
He accepts. But now, having attained a liberation, the state of liberation,
Yeah.
why should I continue to do that? Why can't I go and drink? That the day I have, I am liberated. So why can't I go and eat meat?
I mean, I'm not pushing it as far as drinking and eating meat.
This is the diversion of.
No, I mean in a sense that extreme practices of even covering the nose with cotton is still maintained. So even on a micro level, that control is still maintained of bodily ideas. So that one.
I think I'll advise you. It leads to a larger discussion.
Okay, sorry.
Please discuss it on lunch with him and the other expert that we have, Dr. Raghunathan. So maybe you can discuss it later. So thank you very much. There is no question on the net. I mean, there is no question on the net. Online, there is no question. So thank you very much, sir.
Thanks a lot
for giving such an elaborate talk. May I now request Gunit or Gunita and Gunita, there is difference here. Gunita to present her paper. She is a research scholar. She is working on a thesis on Sikhism. And,
not
and she's a
Sikhism, sir.
sociologist.
I'm basically working on perceptions, on mental illness and indigenous healing techniques, which is based on religion and folklore.
And she's teaching sociology.
Yes, I'm teaching.
Right? And she belongs to the subject of sociology. Gunita, please.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction, sir. So, good afternoon. Good afternoon. My title of my paper is talking about mind and consciousness in Sikh philosophy. So in order to first understand what is mind and how do we conceive consciousness in Sikh philosophy, we first need to look at what are the 3 main means of knowledge which are recognized in Sikh philosophy. So these 3 means of knowledge are namely perception, that is the perception of an ordinary person like me or anybody here in the room. And that perception is based on our senses as well as how we are interacting with objects using our mind. And then the second perception recognized is the perception of liberated souls. So that is either the Guru or God himself, or what has been defined as the true Sikh. And in Sikhism or in Sikh philosophy, the world is not seen as an abstract, or the world is not perceived as merely an appearance. It is something that is recognized as very real. So even if you achieve liberation, despite that, both the Guru as well as the true Sikh recognize that the world is still very, very real. So they perceive the reality of the world even after they have achieved liberation. So the second source of knowledge here is inference, and that inference is based on the perceptions that we have just seen. So in inference, we are both comparing as well as presuming certain things in order to infer what is knowledge or what is liberation. And related to these 3 is the sabd or shabd, that is verbal testimonies as well as these scriptural teachings. So this shabd can be both, of course, secular as well as sacred, and that is what is visible in terms of what is written in the Guru Granth Sahib as well as what is passed along as the hymns. So it is based on these 3 perceptions or these 3 means of knowledge that we have the concept of Brahman, we have the concept of Jiva or Maya in Sikh philosophy. So in Sikhism, Brahman is seen as the one, the ultimate reality. The Brahman is truth, the Brahman is consciousness, the Brahman is the creator, and the Brahman is the ultimate bliss. before the process of creation, according to Sikh philosophy, the Brahman is in abstract meditation, also known as Shunya Samadhi, and is seen as qualityless, or we call it as Nirgun. And after the process of creation, the Brahman becomes Ishwar. That is, the Brahman is manifesting themselves as a treasure trove of qualities, that is the Sagun. Moving ahead, the Brahman is also seen as the Purush or Purak. So in Sikhism, we have something called the Mool Mantra. So, it goes like Ekumkar, Satnam, Karta, Purak. So here, the Purak stands for the Brahman or the Purush. And this Purak is the one who creates the whole universe. So in Sikhism, there is no other separate entity other than this Brahman or this Purush. He is the creator of the Prakrit, and the Prakrit includes the three gun, that is Rajas, Tamas, and Satya. I will talk about this in detail later. And this Purush or this Purak, that is the Brahman, is also seen as very distinct from the other Purushes, or what are called as Jivas. So this Jiva is seen as the miniature version of the Brahman, and should never be mistaken as the Brahman himself. Okay, so the Jiva has its own individuality, it has its own perceived form, as it has emerged from within the Brahman. So it is not the Brahman itself, but it is a lesser form of the Brahman who has come from within the Brahman. So the qualities of the Brahman are visible in the Jiva, and the Jiva is also seen as something immortal, similar to what the Brahman is perceived as. In the Guru Granth Sahib, when we talk about Maya, or also they also refer to it as Prakriti, then Maya or Prakriti is not something that is viewed as a separate reality. It is also something that has been created by the Brahman. But the Maya or Prakriti is seen as something that is taking the individual away from the Brahman or away from the Purush, and with this influence of Maya, the human or the man or even the Jiva is moving away from the Brahman. It is moving away from liberation, it is moving away from bliss. When this influence of Maya is removed, then the Jiva realizes Brahman, and the Jiva joins with Brahman. And it is from this process that the process of creation has also been seen within Sikh philosophy. So when we come to the question of mind itself, in Sikhism, mind is seen to house three particular aspects. These aspects are perception, cognition, as well as awareness. So perception comes from your sensory awareness, cognition is seen as reflective awareness, and consciousness is seen as the untainted awareness. So consciousness in Sikhism is seen as something which is self-manifesting, it is seen as something which is self-illuminating, it is contentless, it is unknowable as an object of cognition, yet at the same time it is seen as something which is the foundation of all awareness as well as knowledge that you have. This particular consciousness is seen as, when it is embodied, then it is referred to as Atma. So Atma is the embodied consciousness within a person, and it is linked to the mind, and it manifests itself as something which is very transcendental, and is also again linked with the awareness that you have as part of your mind, because as I mentioned earlier, in Sikhism, mind is seen to consist of three aspects: perception, cognition, as well as awareness. So this particular embodied consciousness called Atma is seen to be constrained within the body-mind complex, also again referred to as the Jiva. But at the same time, the mind itself can be seen as unconscious here. So the mind may be unconscious here, but your Atma is the embodied part of that consciousness, which is a part of the body mind complex, which is the jiva. So if you put a metaphor here, then the jiva is seen as something like a light bulb. So the jiva is the consciousness, or the part is the consciousness which is seen as the light bulb, if you look at a lamp metaphor. And the light bulb itself is seen as the unilluminated consciousness, or rather you can see it as the mind itself. And moving ahead, so there are, in Sikhism, there are seen as 5 thieves. Okay, they call it the 5 thieves, and these 5 thieves work with the mind, they fuse with the mind rather than the concept of awareness itself. So these 5 thieves are moh, that is attachment, and attachment leads to trishna, which is again desire or craving. Further from this trishna, we come across lobh, which is greed. Then we come across krodh, which is again anger. And this unresolved anger leads to kam, which is lust, or even more and more craving. And from this, the concept of ahankar rises, and this ahankar is basically the sense of me, or I amness, which is recognized within Sikhism. And this particular self-identification which is happening with this interplay of consciousness, jiva, as well as maya, leads to ego, or leads to the activity of ego. And this particular activity of ego has to be we have to get rid of this ego, or we have to transcend this activity of ego via the process of nam simran, or taking the name of God. And using this process of nam simran, because while you do nam simran, you are using the shabd, or you're using these scriptural hymns. That shabd is going to enter your consciousness, it is going to enter your awareness, and that shabd is going to lead to you breaking away from the false sense which has been created due to this interplay of 5 thieves which make up the maya, or the prakriti, as seen in Sikh philosophy. So from this concept, we see the rise of 2 more concepts called the Gurmukh and the Manmukh in Sikhism. So the Gurmukh is a person who is the one who has achieved, illuminated consciousness, or the true Sikh, as you can see. But to be noted here, within the scriptures, it is recognized that to be a Gurmukh, you don't necessarily have to be a Sikh as well. So anybody, irrespective of whether they are Sikh or not, if they have achieved that illuminated consciousness, if they have achieved liberation, then they can be recognized as Gurmukh as well. So through this grace of Satguru, as it is referred to, through this activity of transcending, the 5 thieves, transcending your maya via nam simran, every individual, in Sikhism, it is believed that every individual has the potential to gain liberation. Every individual has the potential to go beyond that self of ego, that self of ahamkar, and reach what is known as the sovereign sacred self, or the Atma Prakas. So Guru Nanak Dev Ji himself has, talked about this. He has himself recommended or advocated that as Sikhs, or even as individuals, one must practice Nam Simran. That is mindful remembrance of the Shabd. And the Nam here refers to the Brahman. So the Ek Omkar. So that is the Nam here. And it is this Nam Simran which is going to work as the source of enlightenment, as the source of achieving liberation, as the source of joining in with the Brahman. Along with Nam Simran, the concept of seva also comes. Sikhism is globally very famous, even during the COVID or the farmers' insurrection which is happening. Then seva is a concept I think everybody is aware of. So seva is also a very basic concept to Sikhism, and seva along with Nam Simran together work towards bringing a human to that enlightened position, or to allow that human to join the sovereign sacred self. Seva is, as the name suggests, it is selfless activities. This selfless activities again has to be very different from, there has to be no concept of ego involved here. So you're not doing that selfless activity in order to please your community, or to get brownie points anywhere. No, that selfless activity or that concept of seva has to come from within, and that joined with Nam Simran is going to allow us to connect with the sovereign sacred state. And that sovereign sacred state is grounded in the concepts of love, unconditional love. It is grounded in compassion, and it is grounded in acceptance. And then that is how you are supposed to reflect yourself in society as well. So the person who is able to achieve all of this is known as the Gurmukh. And the Gurmukh is the realized self, and the Gurmukh is what is considered to be the authentic self. And this authentic self is only going to be achieved through this process of transformation, which is coming via the Nam Simran process as well as Seva. So here it is, in the words of Guru Nanak Dev Ji himself, that the mind can be conquered. So if you are achieving this process of transcendence, then the mind can be conquered. And there is a Bani, Guru Amar Das Bani in the Guru Granth Sahib, which is saying that only an enlightened person, Gurmukh, sees the mind within this body. Because of the devotional love, the ego is dried up. The adepts, the seekers, and men of silence, though absorbed in contemplation, have not been able to visualize the mind within the body. So, according to Sikh philosophy, according to Sikh scriptures, it is only the Gurmukh. It is only a person who has managed to achieve this authenticated experience, this authenticated self called the Gurmukh. Only they are able to see the mind. Only they are able to perceive their awareness. They are only able to perceive consciousness, and they are able to visualize and then move beyond that. So according to them, a person who is ignorant of the mind is also ignorant of concepts like meditation. And here meditation is linked to Nam Simran concept. So, and a person who is also ignorant of the mind is somebody who is going to be ignorant of the 5 evils, which I had just mentioned, and they are always going to be caught up in the web of Maya or Prakriti. Now, to talk about consciousness, because consciousness is also a very separate concept within Sikh philosophy. So consciousness is seen as the ground of being. It is seen as an ultimate reality wherein there are multiple manifestations that you can see in the actual physical world. So in Sikh philosophy, the purest consciousness or the self-illuminating consciousness is the Brahman or the Purush or Paramatma. It depends. People call it different things. So consciousness is seen as the ultimate reality. It is the ground of being. And here the Purakh Purush or Paramatma is the timeless and immortal form of consciousness. So they are the first principle within consciousness in Sikh philosophy. And it is this Adi Akal Purakh, or it is this Brahman, who is representing the egoless self of man, to which we are aiming to in Sikh philosophy as well. And it is from this particular ultimate consciousness or this ultimate reality that all phenomena that are happening in this real world they are coming from this ultimate reality, and they are also supported by this. They cease to exist in this reality, and they will disappear in this reality as well. So everything comes from the Brahman. Everything comes from the ultimate consciousness, the ultimate reality, that is the Brahman. In the Adi Guru Granth Sahib, there is actually a Shabad related to this as well, wherein they say, Atma is Paramatma, Paramatma is Atma, obtain Hari by contemplating the Shabad. Initially, Omkar was uttered. From this vibration, all existence manifested. So this particular Shabad is actually describing the phenomena of ultimate consciousness, that is the Brahman, and how everything emerges from that, how it is the egoless self of man is represented by that ultimate consciousness, and how eventually we end up subsumed within that ultimate consciousness as well. I think, so how much time? Okay. So within Sikh philosophy, there is a lot of debate. Right now, there are a lot of feminist reinterpretations which are happening as well. So according, based on those reinterpretations, based on those readings as well, existence is something in Sikh philosophy which is seen as female. So even if you go through the scripture itself, you go through all the Shabads itself, you will find that the importance of the female existence, the importance of motherhood, mother as a creator is, quite well elucidated there. But at the same time, the Brahman or the Paramatma is seen as masculine. So that is why since the beginning I have said he when I have talked about the Brahman. So the Brahman is something that is seen as masculine, but existence itself, existence itself is seen as something which is feminine as well. So here, as I mentioned earlier, that Atma is seen as the embodied consciousness. So here the concept of Atma also comes into play, because again, Atma is a bit different from Jiva, because Jiva is talking about, psychophysiological activities, but Atma, on the other hand, is seen as something which is pure, because it is your embodied consciousness and it is relating to the Brahman. It is coming from the ultimate reality as well. So within Sikhism, there are 4 states of consciousness which are recognized. At the individual level, there are 3 states, namely Jagrat. Jagrat is seen as the waking state, or it is seen as the first state, that is your day-to-day awareness in life, and the actions or the engagement that you have in your daily life via your sensory organs, and it is seen as something which is outward knowing. Within Jagrat, the concept of Ahamkar comes in, because it is from this Jagrat and this awareness of thoughts, sensations, feelings, that the concept of I amness or ego comes in. The second state of consciousness is Swapna. Swapna is the dreaming mind. Here, the awareness or the consciousness is identified with your internal psychological status and is described as knowing your inherent subtle body. Here, the inherent subtle body is the Antakaran. So the Antakaran is called as the inner faculties or your inner body. That is your thought, your man, then your buddhi or your intellect, your chit or your intention or memory, and of course ahamkar or I amness. So all of these antakarans are part of your second state of consciousness, which is your consciousness of dreaming mind. Your third state of consciousness is called sukhopti, and this is the state of deep sleep. So here there is complete absence of the psychological apparatus which we saw in the second stage. There is complete absence of antakaran as well. So this is seen as a state of ignorance, because you are in a dreamless sleeping state. Before moving ahead to the fourth state, which is very important state, we need to know about the concept of shunya as seen in Sikh philosophy, and it is Guru Nanak Dev Ji's compositions which have talked about the concept of shunya, and it is believed that this conception is rather unique in Indian religious philosophy. So the idea of Shunya, or this concept of Shunya, is believed to have come from Guru Nanak Dev Ji's conversations with Buddhist scholars across, right from Ceylon to, Bodh Gaya and all. So based on their conceptions of Shunya, the Sikh concept of Shunya has emerged. So Shunya is seen in Sikhism as the pervading Nirgun Paramatma, or the qualityless Paramatma, and Shunya is seen in Sikhism as pure consciousness. So the first three stages of consciousness, which we just saw, that is Jagrat, Swapna, and Sukhopti, are connected to ignorance. It is said that they are connected to ignorance. They are a result of ignorance that exists in the mind and in the jiva. But Shunya is related to a fourth state. And Shunya is known as the one. That is the Brahman or the Paramatma. So creation is also, the process of creation according to Sikh philosophy is also happening from this Shunya phase, of consciousness. So this leads us to the fourth state of consciousness, which is called Turiya. So Turiya is described as a release from ego. It is described as a release from ego bondage, and this is a stage where your desires or trishna are completely extinguished. So Guru Nanak Dev Ji, in his discourse with Siddha Yogis, so he has stated here that Shunya is inner, Shunya is outer, the absolute Shunya totally fills the three worlds. One who knows the fourth state is the witness untouched by virtue or vice. Within each and everything exists Shunya. That Shunya is the original untainted Paramatma. So from this, it is quite evident that Shunya, that Turiya, or the fourth state of consciousness, is talking about moving beyond Maya. It is talking about moving beyond the five vices. It is talking about moving beyond desire or Trishna. Turiya is seen as a more non-dual awareness. It is something that is going beyond the three stages of being awake, of being dreaming, or as being part of, deep sleep. And you can only reach the fourth stage of consciousness if you go through the first three stages. So there is no direct path. You have to go through the first three stages, and then only will you be able to reach this stage of Turiya, and then only you will be able to experience Shunya, or join in with the one, that is the Brahman. So consciousness, when we talk about manifesting consciousness, then consciousness is, in Sikhism, it is seen as the fundamental ground of knowledge. It is seen as the fundamental grounds of silence, of void, as well as absolute existence. And it is from this consciousness that the three gun, which I had mentioned earlier, the three gun or components as they are known, emerge. These three guns are Satya or Sattva. This refers to the essence, or whatever information that is available in material forms. Then you have Rajas. Rajas is the energetic component, such as movements like vibration. And then your third is the Tamas, which is talking about mass, or it is something which is talking about inertia, and it is seen as opposite of Satya or Sattva. So all these three gunas are showing us opposite spectrums in terms of polarity. And according to Sikh philosophy, these three gunas are the basic building blocks of existence. They are the basic building blocks which talk about pure consciousness. Then I'll just conclude here. Then the teaching. So from all of this, and if you go through the Guru Granth Sahib, then it is quite evident that mind is seen as a subtle form of matter, whereas consciousness is something that is seen as non-corporeal. The Atma stands for the embodied consciousness, that is, part of the experience of you as a human being. And The Atma is also reflected in the mind in two particular forms, that is, the transcendental and the phenomenal. The mind itself is seen as a product of the tattvas, as well as, uh, part of the psychological composite that make up the four antakaran, which were the buddhi, sit, man, and hankar. And the mind is also seen as something which is very, very dynamic. So Sikhism believes that your mind can be, you can capture your mind or you can conquer your mind. So even when we talk about things like addiction, so even in addiction within Sikhism, it is believed that you, even if you are an addict, using support from your community and by following Naam Simran and by following the act of Seva, then you will be able to conquer your mind and get rid of this addiction, which is again part of the list of vices which is seen in Sikhism, or part of the Raja world Maya, which is taking an individual away from the true one or ultimate reality or ultimate creation. I think I'll stop here. Thank you, sir.
Now the paper is open for discussion. May I request every one of you to be precise, so that your question now, what is standing between you and your lunch is your questions.
Yeah.
So
My question is very brief. You, Ek Jain, you have talked about Paramatma time and again. I was wondering, excuse me for my ignorance, whether the Gurmukh path in original text does not talk about Paramatma, or it is just a latent concept in Sikhism, God or the Paramatma. Yeah.
The path of Gurmukh is talking about joining in with the Paramatma. So in some places it is defined as Brahman, in some places it is defined as Paramatma or the Purush or the Purukh. But all of them are talking about the one or the ultimate consciousness or ultimate reality. So the path of Gurmukh itself is talking about joining in with the Paramatma or that ultimate reality. So it is only when you join in with the Paramatma will you be considered a Gurmukh or
no, but you see, this question is important because Gurmukh, what Guru Granth Sahib is talking about is a path which will lead us to become a Gurmukh, or Paramatman also, or Ek Onkar, or one reality. So I think your question is like the question whether following the dictates of Jainism or Buddhism or Hinduism for that matter, I will reach that God, that Kaivalya or Nirvana or Moksha.
No, but this is my question. God and Nirvana, God and Keval, are not synonymous. There is a subtle difference.
There is a subtle difference there too. Yeah.
Just
He had a question.
Just have a small question. You told that those who attain a certain realization, they are considered as Gurmukh, even they are not followers of Sikhism. So could you please tell me who are those personalities who are not the followers of the Sikhism and considered as Gurmukh?
I don't have examples as such, but the concept is saying that this is a path which anybody can follow. So you don't necessarily have to be a Sikh to follow that. So irrespective, you can be a Muslim, you can be a Jew, Christian, it
Ma'am,
doesn't matter.
Ma'am, the thing which really attracts me towards Sikhism is that the true spirituality basically goes beyond practicing, doing esoteric practices and it goes beyond the empty rituals and establishing a firm connection with the God by way of reciting his name constantly, by fixing your mind into God, by doing seva, and by completely surrendering yourself to God. whatever, like you have just mentioned manjit jagjit, that is called, if you conquer your mind, you conquer the world,
Yes.
right? And ma'am, I have just one question. Though I'm essentially a Hindu by religion, but I am follower of Sikhism, like ardent follower of Sikhism. You can call me a Gurumukh by that matter, for that matter. Ma'am, I have just one question. Though in Sikhism, it is a belief that all the gods, godlings, demigods, the devtas, they are inferior to the one Lord, if that is like in the Guru Granth Sahib Ji that's mentioned. But ma'am, in the body fourth of Guru Granth Sahib Ji, which says, Guru Isar, Guru Gorak Barma, Guru Parvati Mai. Can you just explain me in detail? Because Guru is above these entities, these demigods, godlings. Isar, that is three functionaries of God, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh. Like God is above them, and God, because God permeates everybody, like it is all encompassing. It all are His creations only. But the Pori says, fourth Pori says, Guru Isar, Guru Gaurav, Burma, Guru Parvati Mai. Can you please illustrate that in that?
So in Sikhism, essentially, you cannot say that they see them as lesser. It is, Sikhism is considered to be one of the more rational and scientific religions in terms of how they question.
Lesser to God.
In terms of how
One
they.
God.
Yes.
Sorry.
Let her reply, and then we will come to you again.
Yes, so as I was saying that in Sikhism, in terms of, it is more rational in terms of how it is questioning rituals, how it is questioning, tantra, yantra across religions. But at the same time, Sikhism, even if you look at the Guru Granth Sahib, so even the body which you mentioned right now, within that also you have people from across different faiths who are contributing. So that is the beauty of Guru Granth Sahib. So here in Sikhism, they are not saying that you don't worship your God, you don't worship Krishna, or you don't look at Allah or whatever. Here they are saying that the conception sees, instead of having separate names, instead of seeing it as separate realities, there is one reality which is quality less. That is what they are trying to say. Because the particular body that you're referring to, or even others, all of them have come from different saints. You have Mirabai ji is also there, you have Kabir ji as well, you have so many saints across religion. So they have talked about their idea of God according to what they know. So Mirabai sees, she was follower of Krishna, so she is going to talk about God in terms of Krishna here. Kabir will mention God in terms of, say, Allah. So that is the difference here. So there is no, they're not going out of their way to say that yes, this is lesser or this is more. But in the basic philosophy in Sikhism, outside of this, they see God as one quantity, one ultimate reality or pure consciousness, which has no form. I hope
Thank you,
I have
ma'am.
clarified something here.
Gunit,
Can I? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
am I allowed? Gunita, Professor Chandra Mohan, I taught English in Delhi University.
Hanji, sir.
My query is very brief and to the point, and I would compliment you the way with clarity of thought and expression you have.
Thank you so much, sir.
That is a wonderful thing which you have done. So since childhood, since we are from Punjab, we have been taught three things. That cardinal points in Guru Nanak's teaching is A, that means krit karo, do goods to others.
Yes. One,
Two, band khao, one will distribute whatever you earn,
yes.
divide it, at least 10% of that you should give it to others, serve others. And the third is Nam Japo, which you have also emphasized. My simple query is, at this age, that do you think all these three cardinal points of the philosophy of Guru Nanak can sum up your very well detailed elaboration of mind and consciousness to some extent?
Yes, sir. I think to quite, that is, this is my personal opinion, to quite a large extent, yes. Because all three of them are also related to seva. The concept of seva, and of course, Nam Simran is a separate cardinal itself. So, and within the philosophy also, they are talking about seva and Nam Simran as a pathway or as a means to achieve liberation. So, to a large extent, yes. Of course, in practice, things are becoming very different in Sikhism as well. In gurdwaras and all, you have, rituals have again started off, things which never existed in
Yes.
even in my grandparents' time. So in practice, things are becoming different, but still to a large extent, if you see the kind of work which is happening globally within the diaspora as well, the Sikh diaspora as well, then you will see that it is these principles that are being followed, and it is these principles that can, lead us to achieving that Gurmukh status.
Thank you.
Yeah. And thank you for the clarity of your presentation. Towards the end of your presentation, you said something about healing. Here, so healing of the people, healing of
Yes, I
individuals.
talked about addictions.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
sir.
it goes to the very core of Sikh tradition,
Yes.
Sikh spirituality, and also feeding the people
Well,
in gurudwaras. So feeding and healing, it appealed to me very much. So yeah, thank you.
What support is that? That we must distribute what we have.
So Sikhism is based on the idea of community. So even if a person is, afflicted with some sort of illness, especially things like addiction, where usually you see people are outcast from their communities, they're made outcast. But within Sikhism, at least in the philosophy, it is said that you are not supposed to throw them out of the community, you're not supposed to, persecute them, but you're supposed to act as guiding, as supporting forces, not even guiding support forces, but as supporting forces, so that they can master their mind and, get rid of that, say, addiction, or get rid of that maya within which they are trapped. So that is the idea here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We close now and we will meet again at 3 o'clock. We meet for lunch in the lodge. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure to welcome you back after a lovely lunch to the last session of this seminar webinar. They say, one of the management principles they say is to have a strong finish to whatever you do. And so we have a wonderful speaker as the finale to this seminar, Dr. Ashok Vora. I must tell you how I know him. I knew him through his writings in the Speaking Tree. And I have always wondered that a man who could write so easily on complex issues must be knowing much more than what he's writing. And then when I met him, I realized I was very good. I was very correct in my assessment. Professor Ashok Vora, all of you know, doesn't need any introduction, but as my duty demands, as my role demands, I will read out his so-called qualifications. But for us, he is a scholar whom we have enjoyed for the past 2 days. He's a professor and head department of, he was the professor and head Department of Philosophy and Dean of Arts Faculty of University of Delhi. He taught for over a decade at St. Stephen's College. He was member secretary of the Indian Council of Philosophical Research, and he has published so many papers and books. He is a scholar on Wittgenstein. Have I pronounced it right? Yes. And we look forward to hearing him. He is going to talk on the mind-brain identity theory.
Thank you very much for such. Yeah. Well, that is why I said I don't deserve. So, yeah. But one has to use it, one has to press it. So that action is required. That action I did not do, so that means I'm incompetent. So, nevertheless, friends, today I'm going to talk about mind-brain identity theory. Those of you who may not be knowing about it, I will say that what is the nature of mind, what is the nature of body, and what is the kind of relationship between the two has been an object of debate since Plato's time in the Western philosophy. In the Indian philosophy too, the Vedas do talk about mind and how to control one's mind. That is the main objective of most of the Vedas, Upanishads, and what you have. In the Western, but today my paper is only on the Western philosophy because it was supposed to be some kind of a scientific orientation to mind, to the theories of mind. Will it be all right? Is it okay? Okay. Is that okay? Okay. You see, since the dawn of modern philosophy, Spinoza was the first to propound in its most rudimentary form the mind-body identity theory. He said he was a monist. So this theory remained dominant till the later half of the 20th century, when interest in it was aroused by D.M. Armstrong in his book called A Materialist Theory of Mind. With new innovations in physiological and computer sciences, it was supported by U.T. Place, J.J.C. Smart, Searle, Dennett, Churchland, and Chalmers. And now also a lot of discussion is going on it. As the new researches in neurology are coming up, new philosophers are taking clue from there and trying to argue whether mind is identical with brain or not. I of course oppose mind-brain identity theory, and these are my objections. I'm not referring to anybody else, but I thought about them, and these are my objections to saying that mind is identical with brain, or brain sciences will definitely lead a clue to the investigation of the complex nature of mind. So I'll read with this and I'll intervene wherever it's possible. My purpose in this paper is to show that mind-brain identity theory cannot be upheld either in its stronger or weaker form. I'll explain what stronger and weaker form are in the course of this paper. I shall show that it is not even a plausible hypothesis and that Armstrong was wrong in holding that there are no good philosophical reasons for denying that mental processes are purely physical processes in the central nervous system, and so by implication that there are no good philosophical reasons for denying that man is nothing but a material object. This is what the materialists say all over. Even in India, Charvakas were the first one to say this. And that this is the conclusion of Armstrong, that theory is the black cloud. He's thinking that this theory is the black cloud on the horizon of a materialist theory of mind. That is, he's saying that mind-brain identity theory is giving us a final solution to the problems of the relationship between mind and body. And we can understand the nature of mind and body by a materialist theory of mind. The three main types of the identity theory, mind-brain identity theory, may be called double language theory, the physical identity theory, and the qualitative identity theory. Though all these types differ from one another in their approach or their method, they agreed on what may be called the central thesis of mind-brain identity theory, which the principle that all psychological phenomena, for example, reasoning, drawing, inferences, having sense experiences, forming beliefs, noticing similarities, being virtuous, being moral, being recognizing, being happy or being unhappy, suffering, are physical events and processes. Mind-brain identity theory gets a lot of support from the major developments in the fields of neurology, 20th century quantum mechanics, and cybernetics. These three are the branches which give us some support. I will say some support, but the propounders say all the support to the mind-brain identity theory. A neurologist, on the basis of the result of his experiment and observations, concludes A, that mental processes cannot occur without a properly functioning brain. B, all forms of consciousness are based on specific brain processes. C, brain processes form the indispensable prerequisite for the psychological activity, but it is not known whether they are also sufficient basis for it. That is to say, they consider it necessary that consciousness ought to be there in order for mind to function. But whether consciousness itself is enough or sufficient, because we know we make two kinds of distinction between necessary and sufficient. It is a necessary condition, but whether it is a sufficient condition, he is not able to support it. A neurologist does not consider the occurrence of a brain process as sufficient reason for the occurrence of a mental phenomena, as other conditions may also have to be met before conscious experiences become possible. I'll of course give in the due course of time that what are those conscious experience, what are those conditions which are required for conscious experience to turn into a mental process or a mental event. An identity theorist goes a step further. Instead of saying that this is the philosopher now, an identity theorist goes a step further. Instead of saying that all mental phenomena are based upon or are causally connected with the brain processes, he says that mind is identical with the brain. On his view, the mind is simply the nervous system, or less accurately, but more epigrammatically, the mind is simply the brain. By this, they do not mean that statements about mind, for example, pain, is translatable into brain process of that sort X, where X is replaced by a description of a neurological change in the central nervous system of the brain. On the contrary, they use the word is in the sense of identity. That's to say, they say 2 + 2 is 4. That means they are identical. So that when E.C. Tolman, who is one of the proponents of this theory, calls raw fields, or what Daniel Dennett calls qualia, and defines as the way things seem to us, raw fields or qualia are the unconceptualized item of direct experience, impressions and images pertaining to external senses as well as bodily sensations and feelings. They are akin to what we call nirvikalpa pratyaksh. We are not able to articulate them. We are not able to describe them in our ordinary language, but we know that it is there. I'm having something, when I say I'm feeling disturbed, I'm having some problem with my body, then I'm saying I'm not able to point it out yet, but I can say that I'm suffering, or I'm in pain, or I'm happy or unhappy. These are said to be identical with brain states or processes, that is to say qualia or raw fields. These are said to be identical with brain states or processes, and that insofar as a statement about mind is a report of something, that something is the brain process. None of the supporters of the identity theory has explicitly mentioned as to what they mean by strict identity. But it is clear that they do not use it in the sense of a correlation between mental phenomena and brain processes. For to say that they are correct, they are correlated, is to say that they are some things over and above. One cannot correlate something with itself. Let us begin with the explanation of the notion of strict identity. Generally, we accept Leibniz's principle of the identity of indiscernibles as the criterion of strict identity. So it would not be unreasonable for us to assume that the identity theorists subscribe to the same notion of identity. Leibniz gives several formulations of this principle of the identity of indiscernibles, but the following form of the principle has been suggested by most of the symbolic logicians. I have drawn some symbols, but they are not important. In words, and I'm explaining those symbols, in words for any object X, two things are said to be strictly identical with one another if for any object X and for any object Y, if every property of f of X is a property of Y and every property of Y is a property of X, then X is strictly identical to Y. Alternatively, X is strictly identical with Y if and only if every property of X is a property of Y and vice versa. Every person includes not only the physical properties, but the causal and conditional attributes also. According to one person, for two objects to be strictly identical, they should not only share all the physical and non-physical properties, but should also have the same history. For if they have had different histories, past or future, they are individuated by those histories. One of the obvious objections to establishing strict identity between mind and body, mind and brain, is that psychological processes are non-physical. That is, they are not made up of atoms and molecules and are independent of the limitations of space, while the brain processes of the cerebral process belonging to organic material sphere. The other obvious objection is to the mind-brain identification is that the operations required for the verification of statements about consciousness, that is mental processes, and the statement about brain processes are fundamentally different. Since mind and brain do not share these properties, therefore the relation of strict identity cannot be made applicable to them. So we can outright reject the strict identity theory. We can outright say that strict identity, mind and brain are not identical in the strict identity sense. That is to say, in while mind is non-physical, brain is, events in the brain are physical. In order to avoid this, U.T. Place was the first philosopher who subscribes to the weaker form of the identity theory. According to him, the is used in the proposition mind is identical with brain is not used in the sense of definition, but in the sense of composition. In the proposition mind is identical with brain, the logical feature in his own words, and I'm quoting him, of is may be described by saying that both the grammatical subject and the grammatical predicate are expressions which provide an adequate characterization of the state of affairs to which they both refer. This view differs from Smart's view in the sense that it does not subscribe to strict identity theory, but subscribes to weaker identity theory. On the weaker identity thesis, mind and brain would be identical if we are able to show that both mental and neurological process terms serve the same purpose. The weaker identity thesis differs from the strict identity thesis in the sense that here Even if some of the properties, like not being in the same space, are not shared by both mind and brain, they shall still be said to be identical if they correspond with one another in most of the other aspects. That is to say, if one or two properties are not congruent, then also we can talk about the mind-brain identity. I shall now address myself to the question, can mind and brain be identical in the weaker sense of identical? My answer to this question is no. Mind and brain cannot be identical. The cannot used in my answer is a logical cannot. My reason for this answer are as follows, and I give 5-6 reasons, which I'll explain just now. First reason A, if mind were identical with the brain, then the occurrence of a brain process would be both necessary and sufficient condition for the occurrence of a mental phenomenon, say thought. But the occurrence of mental events, for example, thought, cannot be explained merely by occurrence of a brain process, because the occurrence of mental events always has a reference to the context, a relation with things outside the person. This can be illustrated by taking the example of a thought. The occurrence of a thought presupposes a language, an organized society, rules and conventions, etc. Similar is the case with actions and intentions. To describe a particular action of a person, say a sit-down strike. What is a sit-down strike? What is namaste? What is good morning? Jhutha. My friends are here from English department who will say that jhutha is no equivalent anywhere in English. Used is not an equivalent of jhutha at all. So these terms, these language that we use are cultural specific words. They are culture specific words that we use in language. And each language, there are some words, terms which cannot means logically cannot be translated into another language, or if we do, we will have to do a lot of explanation for the culture in which those words originated. The expression used by us to describe a mental event are generally context dependent. In other words, the occurrence, settings of a thought require circumstances, or in Wittgenstein's words, surroundings. They do require a surrounding. It is only in a surrounding that language becomes meaningful. That is why we say meaning of a word lies in its use. These surroundings required for the occurrence of a simple thought, say the thought about mind-body problem, I'm taking only the problem which we are discussing right now, mind-body problem are quite complex and outside the thinker. For example, the surroundings required for the occurrence of a thought about mind-body problem are that of their relation, that there are minds and bodies, that there is a problem about their relationship, that there are people who argued for or against monism or dualism or epiphenomenalism or phenomenalism. Evidently, these surroundings cannot be explained by simple brain processes, simply because brain processes are in the body, whereas all the surroundings are external to persons. They are, so to say, in the external world. So they are not internal. My brain processes are internal to my body, but the surroundings in which words become meaningful, problems become discussable, we interact with one another, are not inside my body. That is a condition which is required for the words to become meaningful. An identity theorist may intervene here, and I'm giving the longest rope to the identity theorist. An identity theorist may intervene here and say that this objection is invalid because it does not say anything about pure thinking, Shuddha Chintan, or consciousness, or Shuddha Chetna. That is thinking as a process, but it lays emphasis on what is being thought, whereas his interest lies in the psychological problems only, that is, He is concerned with thinking, believing, knowing, intending, acting, perceiving, and so on per se. He's not interested in what I am thinking, but he's thinking, I am thinking about you. He is not interested in that. He says, I am interested in the process of thinking per se. Psychological problems which thinking, believing, knowing, intending, acting, perceiving, and so on, but not in what is being thought, believed, known, etc. Like a physiologist, he may say, is not interested in the question what is being eaten, but what is eating. He is also interested not in what is being thought, but what is thinking. But this defense of the identity theorists also fails because it ignores the fact that there is a deep interconnection or connection of a particular sort between a thought about X and X. There cannot be a pure thought in the sense that it is of nothing whatsoever. My second objection to mind-brain identity theory in the weaker sense is concerned with the statements about mind and statements about brain. If mind and brain were identical, then the statements referring to them should perform the same function. For example, if table A is identical with table B, the statements concerning any of the tables would be applicable to both of the tables. For example, if the description of the table A is, it is a dining table, it has for 6 people, it has a blue top, it is made of teak wood, etc., it would be equally applicable to the table B. We will have to say about table B also the same things, only then they can be said to be identical. Let us now see whether the brain process statements and mental statements perform the same function. In our workaday life, the mental or psychological statements perform 2 functions. One is the explanative function, that is they describe the state of observable affairs. 2, they have a reportorial function. They are our reports on certain state of affairs. That our mental statements perform these 2 functions can be demonstrated by making the statement, I have a toothache. I am taking an example again from Wittgenstein. By making the statement, I have a toothache. This statement performs 2 functions. First, it can be an answer to the question, why are you crying? Or why are you not eating food? That is, it serves as an explanation for a particular kind of behavior, observable behavior. Secondly, it is a report of a particular state of person. The brain process statements, on the other hand, serve only the explanatory function. For example, my saying that a neurological process of the type X is going on in my brain shall be an answer to the question, why are you crying? It is simply an explanation of my behavior. If I say, well, this is there is a fiber movement in my brain, then it can only be an explanatory function. I'm only explaining to you why I am acting the way I am acting. It is simply an explanation of my behavior. However exhaustive explanation we may give of any state of affairs, it can never be a report of the state of affairs. Therefore, however exhaustive description we may give of a neurological process in the central nervous system of the brain, it would never perform the reportive function which the mental concepts are capable of performing. My third objection to the mind-brain identity theory is concerned with the adjectives that we use to describe the mental phenomena. If mind were identical with the brain, then we should be able to use the same adjectives for mental states as well as brain states. But is it so? In our workaday life, we talk of minds being developed or undeveloped, normal or abnormal, sharp or dull, but we cannot use the same adjectives for the brain. Also, we talk of mind expanding exercises, but we do not sorry, but we do not talk of brain expanding exercises. Similarly, whereas it makes sense to talk of mental concepts, say beliefs as true or false, well-founded or absurd, sound or unsound, it makes no sense to talk of a brain process as true or false, or well-founded or absurd, etc. They can either exist or they cannot exist. So either they are happening or they are not happening. Conversely, whereas a brain process can be said to be slow or fast, dim or fading, the mental can be neither of these. An identity theorist may say that this objection does not prove that mind cannot be the same as brain. All it proves is that mind is not the same as brain. That is to say, he's saying that you are not making any logical point, but you are making only an empirical point. And the empirical point can always change with future developments and future state of human knowledge. He may argue that the future discoveries in science may prove that mind and brain are identical, so that we shall have to revise our language in such a way that the adjectives applicable to the mental states shall be applicable to the brain states or processes. But this objection is baseless, according to me. Firstly, because our common stock of words embodies all distinctions men have found worth drawing, and the connections they have found worth making in the lifetime of many generations. These surely are likely to be more numerous, more sound, since they have stood up that long test of survival of the fittest, and the more subtle that than any you and I are likely to make. Secondly, I'm defending myself by saying that I'm making a logical point. Secondly, because the adjectives that we attribute to moral states are context dependent. That is, in one situation, we say a particular mental state to be good, whereas in another situation, we may say that the same mental state is bad. And this cannot be true of the brain states, as brain states are pure descriptions and are context neutral. My fourth objection to the mind-brain identity theory, even in the weaker sense, is connected with the perspective from which we look at the mental phenomena and the physiological phenomena. While all the reference to the mental has to be understood from the personal introspective perspective, all the physiological phenomena is and has to be understood from a non-personal, objective, scientific perspective. Last though the most damaging to the identity theory is the fact that there are various mental disorders: mutism, atharasia, obsession, gangster syndrome, stupor, automaton behavior, hysterical trance, hysterical fugue, sleepwalking, compulsion, being only some of them which cannot be explained by physiological or neurological processes. Occurrence of these disorders cannot be explained in terms of physiological or neurological change simply because they are not the result of the failure of motor functioning of the patient, but are there because of certain other factors like continuous negative experiences that the patient might have had. That is a continuous negative and rejecting experiences that one can have, that one goes into depression. If all that I have said so far is true, then I hope to have proved that mind and brain cannot be held to be identical, either in the stronger or the weaker sense of identity. In this section, I shall show that mind-brain identity theory is misconstrued and misconceived. It is misconceived because, first, it is based on a confusion between the scientific or technological purposes on the one hand and the philosophical purposes on the other. Whereas a scientist is concerned with the explanation of one aspect of a whole, The philosopher is concerned with the explanation of the reality as a whole. So we are not concerned with parts, but we are concerned with what kind of a relationship a part has to the whole. The philosopher is interested in giving an analytical account of all kinds of individuals and properties of individuals, which can be coherently postulated. He is interested in examining the purpose and concepts and show in general way why we have the concepts we have. The scientist, on the other hand, is concerned with a rather restricted task of providing explanations of familiar phenomena or with prediction of an event. He tries to explain given phenomena as a function of certain other events. Accordingly, scientists are interested in establishing the relation between mental events and brain processes that would help him to explain or predict a mental event or its correlated brain process. Hence, their investigations are directed to find out whether a relationship can be held between the mental events and the brain processes or not. And if it can be, then of what type, that is, whether causal or coexistential. They are primarily interested in classification of the data they have received. And this kind of investigation exhausts the interest of a scientist. Once he has done it, once he has classified things properly, according to his satisfaction and according to the knowledge available to him, his interest moves on to something else. But as a philosopher, one's interests are not only in finding out whether a relationship can be established between mental events and brain processes, but rather in finding out whether all aspects of the mental can be translatable, explained, etc., with the help of a neurological changes in the central nervous system of the brain. Secondly, the law, namely that all macroscopic entities are concepts or all macroscopic entities or concepts or laws are reducible to microscopic entities or concepts or laws, on which the identity theorists base their findings, is doubtful. It is doubtful because Maxwell, Boltzmann, and Gibbs, the propounders of the law, and other physicists were not able to build or explain macroscopic concepts or laws by the microscopic concepts or laws. The doubt is called Boltzmann's dilemma, according to which all macroscopic phenomena are explainable in microscopic phenomena, but whereas all microscopic phenomena are time reversible, the macroscopic phenomena are not time reversible. That one has to have two different, then I have given some equations, which is not, I will not be able to explain it to you, that one has to have two different equations of motion, Newton's and Schrodinger's, for macroscopic and microscopic systems, and the two are not reducible to one, is a problem, is a very deep problem of physics. Why it is so is an unresolved problem of physics. One may recall here that Boltzmann committed suicide for the simple reason that he found it impossible to solve this puzzle of reduction of macroscopic phenomena to microscopic phenomena, or the microscopic phenomena to the macroscopic phenomena. Identity theorists, on my view, commit the mistake of basing their theory on a hypothesis whose very foundation and validity is doubtful. Hence, to my mind, mind-brain identity theory must be rejected in total. Thank you very much for listening to me so patiently. Thank you.
We now can have some questions for Professor Vohra. Maybe we could have just 3 questions because we have other things planned for the... Please be short.
from Institute of United Nations and UNESCO Studies. And coincidentally, we are meeting Professor Vora today. I was privileged to be invited by him 20 years ago at Gandhi Bhavan, Center for Gandhian Studies and Peace Research. So my question is, it is very exhaustive and fact-packed lecture, and with all the intonations and overtones which philosophy can require, past, present, and future. Well, the simple question is, in the modern age, the means by which we live have outdistanced the ends for which we live. Our scientific power has outrun our spiritual power. And let me add that we have guided missiles and misguided men. So in this wide world, how one can evolve itself so that all these things don't matter to the common man for his ultimate elevation towards spiritualism, towards enlightenment, or towards humanity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Bhakri. You see, the central emphasis of my paper right now, or in this paper, I have not talked about spiritualism at all, or spirituality at all. However, since you have raised the question, I raised the issue, I would say that spiritualism, or the kind of person you want people to be, can only be done by the practice, by being an example of what we're teaching. So this is an external behavioral situation which will have to be tackled, which has to be tackled at a different level. For example, Jainism, Buddhism, we have been hearing about this. They all have Hinduism, Islam, Judaism, all of them, without any exception, have been talking about the upliftment of the soul, the upliftment of mind, the upliftment of consciousness. And how is it to be achieved? It is to be achieved by practice of it. Mere theory will not make us either spiritualists or non-spiritualists. So we have to practice things. There are things in philosophy which can be which relate to the practices. There can be things which can relate to the theory. For example, today in the morning we heard about Jainism and Islam, also Sufism. We know that certain aspect, we are only discussing here a theoretical aspect of it. We are only saying how mind arises. For example, in his paper, he had very clearly explained how in Jainism mind comes into being. Mind exists, or mind evolves. But then the second issue will be the one you are raising, that is how to raise the mind. Now I am not concerned about the metaphysical issue about the nature of mind, but I am concerned with the practice which will help me to lift my mind to the Kaivalya, or to Nirvana, or to Moksha. I have to do an effort, but that is really beyond the scope of this paper. Here, I was very specifically targeting those people who say that consciousness is a brain process. I'm only trying to attack those people who say consciousness can, in the ultimate analysis, be reduced to the material level. In a way, I'm trying to attack, if you give me the permission to say so, Charvakas. So that is what the purpose of this paper was. Nevertheless, issues between practice and theory, we'll have to separate them somehow, though it is not very easy. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you, sir, for your talk. My question might be going a little away, but I still would like to ask it. Since you started your talk with Spinoza and mentioned Leibniz as well, I wanted to talk about Deleuze, because Deleuze, Gilles Deleuze.
I don't know. I have not read him, but you just tell me.
So it occurs to me that if one if one accepts your analysis of rejecting the mind brain identity, would then the concept of schizoanalysis as machines plugging into machines, creating desire and the flow of desire through a libidinal economy, could that be an explanation of then states of consciousness and then upliftment?
I don't know how to answer you because I have not read it. But nevertheless, if I guess if my interpretation of your question is correct, you are asking me this question: Can an emotion not be a cause of its own, of another emotion? Is that the question? I don't really know. If that is the question, maybe I can answer, but
the question more is that instead of looking at it as mind and body and something creating something, of course, that is the object and you have rejected that presupposition. Could it be that human beings are plugging machines into machines in the broadest sense to then create affect?
well, if I have understood you right, and I think I have this time, you see, it is the mind-brain identity theory. If you uphold that theory, then you are considering me a machine. I am a machine and I'm plugging her also into it. So we are all machines. We are all controlled and we have been all plugged in. You have been plugged in to ask this question. I have been plugged in to say I have not read it. So we don't know then. So I think that is one reason I should have highlighted this too. But that is one reason why we must reject any attempt at materialism. I mean, I don't know whether I've been able to answer.
Professor Shah, this brings me to ask you, there are two diseases, Parkinson disease and Alzheimer's disease. What do you think, these are mentally related to the mind or to the brain? My next question is, as you say that mind and there is no relationship between the mind and the brain, how is it that any mental phenomenon which occurs to us, it creates a different system of physiology, hormonal discharges and other things? How could you explain these two?
I have not at all said that there is no connection between a physiological process and mind. There is, but the mind-brain identity theorists, they are going a step further. I agree with them. If they had just said that mind is causally dependent upon brain, I have no objection. But my objection starts when they say, point number one, mind is based on consciousness. Mind is based on a physical process. Number two, from this I conclude that mind is identical with brain. That is where my objection arises. My objection is not to their saying that there is a causal relationship. Causal relationship is there. We all know about it. If I am feeling hungry, then I'll go to the food immediately. I mean, I know if you annoy me too much, I'll be angry. I know that. But to say that that is the sufficient reason, that is the ultimate reason, that is the reason for identifying mind with the brain, with that I have not agreed. As far as may I answer? As far as your concern with these two diseases are concerned, well, they are partially due to some physiological dysfunction. There is a doctor sitting here. Maybe he can enlighten us better. They are both brain related as well as physical related problems. That is what I have read about them. I did not include them because I was not very sure, or I did not fully comprehend the import of that theory.
Is it a mental phenomenon or a phenomenon of the brain?
I will say that mind is a meta phenomenon. It is, well, I won't know about them. The doctor is here, we can ask him. Please, he's sitting just next to you, so maybe he
So
can.
yeah, just to enlighten about Parkinson's disease, it's because of the nerve cell damage and also fall in the dopamine levels, which causes tremors and irregular involuntary movements. And Alzheimer's is because of brain cell damage with age, and also research says it's because of vitamin D deficiency also. Yeah, these are physiological problems.
These are physiological
Yeah.
problems.
Influenced by the brain, mind.
I don't know, like it's just like any other disease, like how we have other disease in the body. So he would be better to explain the mind and disease. So I'm a doctor. I would give you a physiological explanation to it.
That answer is sufficient, I think, to
Yeah.
explain, to tell us that these are all physiological disorders.
But again, the willpower would definitely help in progress. Like we have arthritis. A lot of people give up. I'm just giving an example. But the problem with Parkinson's and Alzheimer's is when there's physiological damage, you're not in your right senses and consciousness. So, the willpower also plays a major role. But eventually, the research is very advanced. There is treatment for it. It's like a lifestyle modification, also psychological support which requires. In fact, it is said for Alzheimer patients, when he goes back in time and he says, suddenly there's a mind shift. We should not tell him that, we should not remind him of the present. We should live him with the past, saying that, okay, just pretend. Because once you go against the reality, the patient gets agitated, he gets disappointed, he gets demotivated. So I'm just shared it with Alzheimer's patients especially. Never say no, never try to remind him of the reality. Play with his mind, basically. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sir.
Yeah, can I ask the doctor support that? But they say Parkinson's patients, if they do meditation, they can increase the dopamine levels and secretion and all that. So perhaps it can.
Of course it does. In fact, medical science is being researched today. We have yoga, meditation for thousands of years, correct? So I'm also a supporter. I would say homeopathy, allopathy should go hand in hand, correct? So meditation does play a role, but how do you, it's a very big task to get the person to meditate. So with assistance, I think it definitely would help. And also spirituality, the mantras, the chants and of the religious scriptures, it has an effect, of course. Because I work in the ICU as an intensivist. So I have seen patients which we believe that the patient's not going to make it. Okay, so there is some miraculous recovery. So there is a divine support and help, of course. So I believe in that. Yeah.
It starts with dementia, which is the early stages of Alzheimer's. And I believe there are certain mind games which makes the patient concentrate on something. And that concentration helps in improving the following build-up of Alzheimer's and the other disorders that he mentioned. But dementia is the first stage where you can stem the rot.
Any more questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Vora. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for chairing this session. I feel really privileged that she's chairing the session, which I realize.
Now we were supposed to have a panel discussion, but on a little deliberation, it was decided that we throw the floor open to discussion for everybody, whoever wants to participate. This is the first exercise that the Academic Retreat Center has undertaken. The Academic Retreat Center, which was launched by Rinpoche so creatively and in a unique manner in the pool there, for those of you who were not present. And so having come to the end of this seminar webinar, if there is anything that you would like to say, or if there's any suggestion that you would like to give, please go ahead. But all invitations come with some caveats. And the caveat here is not more than 2 minutes, please, or maybe 3 minutes. Yeah, please.
thanks a lot for 2 days session. It was great learning and great exposure to different religions: Sikhism, Jainism, Christianity, Sufism, Buddhism. I'm an atheist. I was an atheist just till now. During COVID, I got exposed to Gita, and it's made a phenomenal change. It has brought a phenomenal change in myself. After listening and to different lectures on different cultures and different religions, what I have seen at a very macro level is that almost every religion across the world primarily tells or speaks about the same thing, about the soul, about doing good things. There is, my gut feeling says 80-85% of religion basically talk the same language. It's the balance, 5 or 10%, differs. There may be various reasons why they differ. But it is these 5% or 10% difference which separates us and which causes so much of pain in the society because of religion, because of conflicts. And I think this has to be addressed. That's my opinion. I may be wrong. You may disagree with me, but I was under the impression that religion is the root cause of all the problems in this world. But I've realized now that that's not the case. But religion unites everyone. It's just the 5-10% which separates us, and we need to overcome that and come as the.
I think your realization is very heartwarming.
That's my realization. I want to thank everyone for that. That's fine.
Anybody else? I think Dr. Merchant would like to. Yeah,
I'd like to. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson and Professor Bora. Yeah, it's been very interesting and engrossing last 2 days. So actually, in terms of the existential reality that surrounds all of us, we have debated and we have probed to an extent the scriptures and also the practices. But at the end of the day, the 7 nearly going to be 8 billion souls or 8 billion people on this planet, how do they perceive their reality? I mean, when we are born, we are identified as a being, and now we have to become. So being and becoming, there is a long journey, and how this journey happens, because unlike the animal world or the bird world or the other creatures who live largely by instincts, and they have a very clear-cut goal, that is of survival. But for human beings, we are supposed to go beyond that. We have created civilizations. We have discovered the mysteries of the world of nature and probed the deepest levels. I mean, in the past 150 years, the amount of discoveries we have made from the world of nature, and at the same time, probing our own spiritual depths as to what is the purpose of our being here and what are we becoming. So on the one hand, we read everywhere the 6th extinction of the human race in terms of the environment, in terms of the dangers of nuclear war, in terms of various other man-made disastrous situations. So is this all a product of the human mind? On the one hand, you see tremendous amount of creativity, advancement, cooperation, harmony, and peace. And on the other hand, we are also behaving worse than a brute, worse than a beast in a jungle. A beast in a jungle, a wild animal, only does it for the sake of getting its food. But we human beings, I mean, one thing that always, hurts me the most is the propensity of the human being to inflict pain on another human being. And we have done it in the name of religion, in the name of the color of our skin, in the name of caste, in the name of class, in the name of even within a family, a brother killing another brother for a piece of property. So what kind of a human being are we? So these are certain very fundamental questions. Sometimes, occasionally, of course, when you read the Speaking Tree articles, some very enlightening pieces come to your mind, and that day you feel. So we all know, of course, Professor Ashok Bora, you have also written, and many others. So Speaking Tree is a very much fond of sought after articles. Sometimes there are very good pieces. So my questions and a few comments here are that whatever we may know about the mind, about the soul, about the Atma, the rationality, there is always going to be a certain amount of mystery and a mystique. Because in the scriptures it is said that God says, man is my mystery. Man means a human being, man and woman both. And I'm his mystery or her mystery. So this being and becoming seems to be a constant process of evolution. And today, for the first time, when we can see our whole planet in one perspective, when we can understand the myriad diversities of human creation, surely our mind has to evolve and being able to embrace the larger picture. And we must help each other to move away from the mundane level of existence. I mean, 80% of humanity, they will never come to this hall. For them, this is all meaningless because roti kapda makan, swast, rozgar. If they get that, and then you little bit of entertainment, they either watch a cinema or watch a movie or see a cricket match or a football match, and that's it, their life. So I think this initiative by our Venerable Rinpoche and the World Buddhist Council and bringing us from different religious communities to discuss and debate the science of mind must lead us to a higher level of consciousness, whatever way you define it. So then only we can say that we have become. Like today, I mean, I listen more to the radio. Today is supposed to be the International Day of Kindness. And one thing they said, the simple way you can bring kindness to another human being is to smile. If you can see that smile reflected on the other human being, I think your day is made. So friends, there are so many small things that put together make us a human being. And unless and until I think all of us here in this hall are much more privileged than many other millions upon millions who are less privileged, who are struggling just for survival. And the COVID-19 has taught us one major lesson, that our lives are all intertwined and interdependent. And this planet, if it is our only homeland, then it has to be treated with much greater respect, with much greater love and kindness, so that we will all survive. Otherwise, in the world of nature, it's very natural for things to get wiped out and then new things to emerge. So I also dabble with cosmology. In terms of cosmology, we are just on this planet for last few seconds, because if you look at the time scale of 13.7 billion years, what is this? So I think these are some very interesting things that our human mind is able to contemplate. No other creature can do that. So there is always the element of subjectivity. And this subjectivity, I think, is very much related to what he was talking is identity. So that is our identity. I mean, today we are fighting also in the name of identity. Identity has become an issue. Like every poor person, without an Aadhaar card, he's no one. Without a ration card, he's nothing. Without a PAN card, you are nothing. So these are also identities, but they are realities. If you don't have them, can you imagine what will happen to you? So friends, it's a very interesting and complex discussion we have had. So as a member of the Baha'i community, I feel that humanity has a glorious future, provided we use our faculties, our powers of the rational soul for the positive purpose and the good of everyone, rather than just for our own personal glory and self-satisfaction. I think that's where I think Venerable Rinpoche's great, immense contribution as a wonderful human being is coming forth. I mean, for the last 35 years, maybe I have known you since I came to Delhi. So friends, all of you have done immense work, and this is my little humble contribution. that my subjectivity has to be a positive side of my reality and not anything negative. Then I feel that I've used my mind rightly. Thank you.
Yeah, may I come in? Yeah.
Yeah, please.
I think taking this ahead, I'd just like to share a poem. The together we are one, don't judge the whole by watching some. Your pupils are clear, but the vision is not. The WhatsApp forward is almost fraud. Already world is suffering, don't create another knot. In the unity, some are guilty, but not everyone. It's a humble request. I think we should take this conversation ahead. I think you all in this room are ambassadors of peace. Correct? So I think this is a general discussion to everyone. What are the steps are we taking to simplify philosophy, to penetrate in the young minds? That's the question we need to take from here, because the next generation, I think I'm privileged, at least till my generation, people are pretty smart because we belong to the 1990s. But the generation starting now, like you said, we are fighting for identity, we are fighting for religion. Hinduism says Vasudeva Kutumbakam, the world is one big family. Then we have Imam Ali from Islam, who says we either brothers in faith or equals in humanity. We have Guru Nanak Ji speaking on oneness. And we have Jesus Christ speaking about we are all children of the same God. We have Buddhism. I mean, religion is an identity, but taking the concept of religion and converting the thoughts into action is very important. I keep stressing this in my charity circle that whatever we are born, whatever religion we belong to, it should remain at home. Once we come out, let's put it into practice. So what are the steps for the next, maybe a vision, next 10-year vision or something like that? What are the steps can we take from here to organize something similar to unite the young minds? I think we need to start this conversation also. You, of course, with your guidance, with your presence, we need the next generation to take the baton and go ahead. We need to infiltrate universities. Let's not create something official, unofficially. Something like, like an organization or something like that. If we can do this, it would be great, because the way we are heading in India and across the world, let's not just speak about India, but across the world, the situation is very volatile. When I studied in London, they say they're not racist, but I could sense that tinge of racism against Islam, against Indians, stereotyping entire Indian community. How do we fight that? This is for anyone to probably just pitch in and say, what is my role as a youth in today's society?
Thank you, Dr. Abbas. That is thought-provoking. Any more questions? I want to gently remind everybody that the seminar was on the science of the mind. So, science of the mind and the philosophies of the world. So with that focus, if we have anything to say, and like the suggestion Dr. Abbas has given, we can use it as a topic for the next meeting, however we plan it. So if any other suggestions are there, to take it forward.
Maybe just one word that I was looking for: neuroplasticity. There's been so much research done on that, because people said, oh, there's a physical body, and then does meditation affect it? That neuroplasticity research has done it for decades now, studying, of course, through a physicalist, materialist paradigm, plugging these electrodes in the brains of long-time meditators to actually see the changes. But for skeptics, for modern secular skeptics, perhaps that's a very wise way of going about it. Instead of justifying it through tradition, because people reject tradition also, because it's traditional, right? Why should we accept something simply because it's been given to us? So I think we should also tap into that research which has sought to bridge this mind-body dualism, this mind-brain dualism, in a way that would speak. And this is more like strategic, I guess, to use the discourse on neuroplasticity to maybe enter schools and so on, where the paradigm of scientific rationalism prevails. And, so we don't have to abandon it. We don't have to say that, materialism is, because I think that will not get us very far, frankly. We are living in a materialist, philosophically and consumerism oriented era. So let's work with what we have. Because the dangers of going spiritual are also there in front of us. We're seeing the irrationalisms that are proliferating around us in the name of the spiritual. So I would just urge a little bit of nuancing of this, materialist versus
Yeah,
spiritual.
I agree with you. In fact, one of the things we were all reflecting on was that this seminar, we have primarily philosophers with us. So perhaps the next one, we should be able to get some more scientists to participate so that we address concepts such as this from people who know what they are talking about. And, it'll enlighten us. That's true. Anybody else has? Please.
I just would like to question ourselves as how are we different when in this scientific era, before this scientific era happened, 17th to 18th, 19th century, human beings were barbarians. They behaved like barbarians. But today, with so much of input of science and scientific inventions, are we any different? I don't think we have changed much. So what is there? What do we plan to do to, as I said, as the doctor said, that we need some kind of young people to be involved in this mind and brain storming session to have them that science is not the be all and end all or everything. It should not rule our lives. Mind is effervescent, mind is whimsical, brain can be trained, mind cannot be trained because today mind is something, tomorrow mind is ever flowing somewhere else. But the brain can be trained. So I think we should really get the young people to be more involved in these sessions, more and more young people, because they carry forward into ahead with their other kindred groups, because we are there today, we are gone tomorrow.
True.
So we should think that science has not changed any much at all for peace.
Yes, but no, but to negate science like that would not be fair. We would have to walk along with the developments in science and infuse it with perhaps with our understanding of philosophy. That may make it, as she says, if we have to communicate with the modern youth today, or even with ourselves. I mean, once I go out of this seminar hall, I live a life which is not very different from anybody else. I mean, I have the same phone or watch or TV or whatever. I mean, modern equipments I use, modern tools I use. I live in this modern age. And for me also to understand and appreciate the mind and even appreciate to control it through meditation, I would perhaps need some support or some knowledge from science, which makes me feel that I'm going in the right way because I don't know what's inside me. I mean, that's what I think. I think we need a little bit of science too. I mean, a lot of science too, and a lot of philosophy too. Anybody else? Yes, please.
I guess everybody mentioned about
this.
Taking.
There's somebody.
Yeah, I would like to, it's a very big education moment for me yesterday and part of today. I could not attend all of them because of my work. I'm a pilot from United States. Now I'm in the media. So just to give you a background so that you know where I'm coming from. Most of you are very, very educated, well-read. Your presentation is amazing, depth. So really, I'm super impressed with Dr. Abbas, with his age, his, presentation, which address it not only India, but all the young countries. We have to bring young people. Your knowledge would be wasted totally, what you have discussed today, if you are unable to disseminate to the youth of the country, where we are going through in a turning point with religious and everything. So I will not elaborate. But at this moment at Stanford University, the technology, nanotechnology, biotechnology, headed by Dr. Malhotra, is mind-boggling. It's not in the market. It's in the research stage, how they're going to cure cancer, how they're going to deliberate DNA with all that and robotics and everything. So people who are especially discussing with science and mind and everything. So coming from a Hindu family and a practical practicing Buddhist family, because of my mother, I was exposed to several religions, brought up with a Christian schooling system, Islamic friends all over the world. What I see today is the truth of what Buddha has mentioned about the mind that you are discussing. Mind is everything. In one of his famous sermons, whatever it thinks, it becomes reality. So there is, in this space, in this room, a lot of activities happening. Television, you have to have a receiver, that's all. There is information coming from our creator in this room right now. People who have practical experience would know that. It's just you need the receiving, and it's in your body, physical body. So if you develop that, I recently experienced COVID. I almost died with a heart attack, paralysis, and my complete lung failure. My friend, my neighbors here, he saw me on a wheelchair. I practiced this. I brought this into practice. I have a living experience. I'm not a PhD or something. I'm going to share my experience. I surrendered to the Creator. I don't know where is he. I don't know his name. Some call him God. Some call him power, Creator. I don't know who's Shiva. I don't know. I've not seen him. But I experienced, because I said, now it's your job to do. If you think I'm useful to this world, so this is, I want to share my practical experience to you. We need to share with people. We need to become receivers. All the what you have talked about to the youth in the villages, 80% of our country live in the villages. This intellectual discussion cannot go there because they don't have the education level. So let's all practice like few of the speakers have said. So this is my, you can say, comment and as a suggestion as a listener. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are two online, yeah.
See, everybody out here is, I agree with Dr. Saab about, introduced involving the youth, involving the young. In our education system, we focus a lot on English and other subjects. Is there any way we can introduce this mind and the spiritualism from a young age? I believe in Netherlands, they teach Bhagavad Gita even from a younger age. That's just an example. I'm not propagating anything, but the idea is if from a younger age, from 5th or 6th class, besides all these science in English and other subjects, gradually we introduce some amount of spiritualism, nothing to do with any religion, not Islam or Hindu or Sikh, nothing to do with that. If we can introduce this from a younger level, I think by the time they are teenagers, I think a lot of teenage problems would be over. That's my suggestion. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a good suggestion, but and there are many people working on it. At the same time, we walk a very thin line when it comes to religion, and so the politics of that. So we'll not get into that. Yeah. We have 4 online questions, so after
I'll be quick. I just want to make 2 quick observations that I felt listening to the last 2 days. It's been extremely enlightening to hear about different traditions and how they analyze mind and upliftment and enlightenment. It almost seems like every tradition has this question, and then they analyze it on different material contexts, and they come to different conclusions, but they're all reaching after the same thing. Given that, I find it fascinating to think about, and I would love to hear about ideas of then what is the science of mind within Marxist framework, within a Maoist framework. So that would be point 1, that in a way, how is Woodstock or the hippie movement different from the Kundalini? It is, but it also isn't, because there is also the becoming of man in his own material context, just as Kundalini is our material context. Number 2, what I felt today was every great spiritual leader, everyone who has become enlightened, of course, peace and Shanti is a big idea within it, but even most of what inspires me as a young person is the idea of revolution within it. That every great spiritual leader, every great enlightened person, according to me, was a revolutionary figure. Gautam Buddha left his home and his family. The Christ was vilified by the Jews. Similarly, then I find Ambedkar in this context very interesting. He invented a new form of Buddhism and then lit 1,000 lamps. So then in this act of lighting lamps and lighting your own lamp, do we light our own lamp of peace or do we light also lamps of revolution? So I just want to end there. Thank you. And thank you so much for this enlightening conference.
There are four questions online. Two of them are from Shubrata Chakraborty, Lucknow. He says, all said and done, rationality cannot be uniquely defined. It differs from person to person. So that's a comment. Then I would suggest that God be demystified before scientific humanity is shared with young minds. So that's another suggestion. Prashanta Kumar Ghosh from New Delhi has two comments. One is, it's nice and exhaustive, the seminar. The second is, Sufism is a mystical form of Islam. But why there is disagreement on Sufism? And we have already addressed it in the morning. So we suggest to Prashanta Kumar Ghosh to refer to the morning discussions and find the answers in that.
Just one
Yeah,
small
please.
comment. As we have discussed a lot about different traditions and its commonalities, I think in today's era, when the whole human society is struggling with the identity politics, and somehow people, instead of saying that this religion is bad or good or something, I think it is better to see the commonalities between the religions. And there are two, I think, universal commonalities. One is the compassion. The element of compassion is in every religion, even those who are not believing in God. And the second is spirituality. So, for instance, as a poet says, दर्द दिल के वास्ते पैदा किया इंसान को, वरना तात के लिए कुछ कम न थे कर्रो बयां. The human being is created for compassion, for being helping for others, and otherwise for ritual, for ibadat, for other things. There are many angels who are created. Or for instance, Kabir says, पोथी पढ़ी पढ़ी जगमुआ, पंडित भया न कोय, ढाई आखर प्रेम का, पढ़े सो पंडित होए. So I think we can have the next session on this common ground, like compassion in different faith traditions, and we can have it, and we can try to share with the whole other people. So that is the, I think, yeah.
Very nice. Thank you. Professor Malik, Professor Mohini Malik, would you like to say something short?
Well, thank you for asking, but I'm not sure that I'm qualified to talk a great deal about spiritualism and or even religion for that matter. I'm not sure that I can contribute straight away to the present session.
Okay.
I had my own theme, as you know. I presented it,
Yes.
at least most of it. And my interest is in fact, in the difference between different cultures. I think there are irreducible differences. And so I feel that I'm, an odd man out right now, because people are talking about how to bring different religions together. But I think the problem is much deeper. And we have to appreciate the fact that there are differences. That is why I did not raise my hand.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. George, Father George, would you like to say something?
Thank you. I am thinking about how to restore the idea of one body. We say in English, like-minded people. When you push it further, it is one mind. But we don't say like-bodied people. But actually, we are all one body. When you observe small children, they take some time to recognize that their bodies are different from their mother's bodies. So in extremes of emotion, fear, for example, they cling to the body of the mother. And we adults, we also want to do that, but we are inhibited. So, and also other extremes of emotion. In the extreme of love, you hug each other, you embrace each other. At the time of great joy, in sports and games, you see the team comes and become one body. So at the extremes of emotion, we go back to that original desire to be one body. Well, animals like monkeys also show that to some extent. I think this is very, very important. At the extended level, if you widen that circle, not only human beings, other living beings are also part of this body. In India, we have this beautiful expression, Prapancha Gatra, the cosmic body. So ultimately, this is one body. Now, our civilization and our learning all teach us to be fragmented. Now, COVID has asked us to keep the social distance. So we need to recover that oneness of the body. Humanity is one body, what living beings are, by extension, one body, and it's Prapancha Gatra. And so how do we apply that to our mind and spirit? That would be revolutionary if you apply that to our understanding. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Jain, आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? So, if there's anybody who wants to, Rinpoche, would you like to say something? Yeah. Rinpoche? There's nobody else who wants to say anything? Yeah, please.
I just wanted to give a suggestion that if one has a next meeting of the retreat, maybe we could publish a small bio sketches of people who are born in science world around the world and humanities world, and bring that to, publish this and give the young people a booklet so that they could have a discussion around these bio sketches of these people of the world of science and the world of humanities.
Very nice. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if you have time, would you give 2 minutes? I'd like to read a brief statement from all the different religions on convergence. It's interesting.
Okay. Because we have some more
you have time, no?
We have very little time. 2 minutes, just 2 minutes.
Yeah, friends, we are talking so much about the different religious teachings. I have a small statement here. Every year, we have the golden rule, but in addition to that, in Hinduism it is said, common be your prayer, common be your end, common be your purpose, common be your deliberation, common be your desires, unified be your hearts, unified be your intentions, perfect be the union amongst you. This is from the Rig Veda. In Judaism, they say that they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. In the Zoroastrian faith, it is said, the good religion, which is of all things best, regards all men as God's children. In Buddhism, it is said, just as with your own life a mother shields, with her own life a mother shields from a hurt her own, her only child, let all embracing thoughts for all that live be thine, and all embracing love for all the universe is in all its heights and depth and breadth, unstinted love, unmarred by hate within, not rousing enmity. In Taoism, it is said the sage is described as the one who perfects himself and benefits others in silent and selfless manner of the Tao itself. In Christianity, a new commandment I give unto you, that ye love one another as I have loved you, that ye also love one another. By this shall all men know that they are my disciples.
Thank you so much.
And in Islam, like, lay not the burdens on thyself, on any but thyself, and stir up the faithful. In Jainism, in happiness and suffering, in joy and grief, one should regard all creatures as one regards oneself. In Sikhism, no one is my enemy, none a stranger, and everyone is my friend. And in the Baha'i faith, the well-being of humankind, its peace and security are unattainable unless and until its unity is firmly established.
Thank you
So
so
I
much.
felt that if this is in our minds, surely that commonality and oneness can easily be communicated to others.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Sorry,
Mitchell.
thanks for the time. I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
that-
Not at all.
Just
Not at all.
just 1 minute,
It
I can
is.
add.
It is very apt that the proceedings of the seminar began. Professor Malik began it with a quotation from the Keno Upanishad. The first line of the Keno Upanishad says, "Kene shitam patati, preshitam manaha." That is, who is it that moves the mind? That is, and that is how we assembled here to ask, who is it? Or is there somebody? Or is there nobody? What is the mind? We have had senior scholars talking on the body-mind relationships, the brain-mind theory, not to mention the concept of mind in the Shramanic tradition. We also had practitioners who are living the way. For controlling the mind lies the core of most spiritual practices and traditions. What has been very refreshing is that we had two youngsters participating. One, Dr. Abbas and Dr. Gunita Gill. Dr. Abbas has been sufficiently complimented, I think, and we applaud you once again. Dr. Gunita Gill, it was a fascinating, not yet, prospective Dr. Gunita Gill. So, prospective Dr. Gunita Gill, it was a wonderful talk. It had clarity, it had focus, and if at all there's any suggestion which we can offer because of our gray hair, it's only that maybe you could start looking at other traditions also so that it gives a comprehensive view. Actually, what is most exciting about the whole thing is that youngsters participated with enthusiasm and passion, but more so, Rinpoche's whole idea of the center is that it should benefit society. It should not, as many of you have felt and expressed in different ways, it should not be a mere discussion in a conference room. It should lead to a research that can help to effect some changes in society. And both these youngsters are working with society, with patients with mental illness and other problems. So we're very happy that you both participated, and we hope you keep up your passion and enthusiasm. Before I finish, I would like to, I received a WhatsApp message some months ago. And there were 3 young monks there in that message. One was a very serious devout, it was in very serious devout prayer. The other one was very sad and in grief and praying. And the third one was joyful and exuberant and praying. So I sent it to Rinpoche. They were Buddhist monks. Rinpoche replied to me saying, I'd like to be the one who's that laughing, joyful monk. So I think we should we should finish the talking session with an incident. There was a gentleman like me who had attended a conference like we all have on the mind, the mana. And he learnt what the scholars like him told the young man, and he went out. A few days later, he got very grieved. And why? Because in the seminar he had learnt that the mind is neither female nor male. So he said, Napunsakam iti gyatva, thinking it to be a neuter gender, priyayai preshitam manaha. I sent my mind to my loved one. And that mind, tat tatraiva ramate, that is sitting there enjoying himself with my loved one. Hatapani vayam. Woe to the grammarians. That is the mind that I think we all have, now here, now not there. Thank you very much for participating. Now we go on to something more exciting to excite the mind. We have with us a very senior exponent of dance. She's also officer in the Indian Audits and Account Service. Used to be. Well, and she has performed widely. She's a scholar. She has written books. She's a thinking dancer. This dancer is going to show us some manasika mudras that bring you fulfillment to your mana. Shobhana Narayan. I think she'll stand here.
First, I need to get rid of the mask. We dancers don't believe in the mask. Well, at the outset, I would like to once again congratulate Rinpoche ji, a very dear person and a dear friend, and to Sudha ji, and to everyone over here who are here. First of all, to him for organizing this beautiful seminar, and to all the speakers and to the participants for their most insightful and incisive questions, and as well as the deliberations. I brought this paper with me because I thought I would take the names of everyone, but I think I'll forego it. So now, as a dancer, we are actually working up with mind and matter and spirituality the whole time. For us, dance is not just physical movement. It is something beyond.
Would you like to stand here?
No, I'll just do it because then I'd prefer to, since I'm...
You can remove this chair.
Yeah. Because dance is not something, it is where we are, there is an aim, a purpose for dancing, and that is to elevate your inner self, to go into that higher realm, where we were talking about consciousness and, so it is actually a thing where you transcend yourself and you go. So you're going beyond mind and matter. And in a way, what is that moment when you're at one with something that you do not know where you are, but yet it's somewhere which is complete bliss and harmony. And now I'm being a Kathak dancer, I'll take the examples from the field of Kathak. When I say, I still remember a very beautiful sutra from the Buddhist Prakashita Sutra. Yes, exactly, where it says, emptiness is form, and form is emptiness. In form there's emptiness, and in emptiness there is form. So what are we talking about? It seems so contradictory, yet it resonates. There is something in it. Similarly, in our Vedic tradition, we also have Purnamada, Purnamidam, Purnat, Purnamudachyate, Purnasya Purnamadaye, Purnameva Vashishyate. Completeness also has, it's a shunya. Shunya is complete, yet it is a shunya. And in that, if you take out completeness, yet there is completeness. And if you fill in, there is completeness. So these seem to be contradictory, but yet that is what mind and matter is all about, that there's form and emptiness in form. Taking that, when we dancers, many of them do their basic movement in different ways, but largely we are talking of the same thing in the different dance traditions. And taking the Kathak tradition as an example, the moment if I'm doing this, it means I am catching hold of it. There's form. But finally, I release it because here it is. There's emptiness. I just release myself. And in Kathak, this is our basic position. And here, in fact, and in that emptiness where you have released yourself, your energies, you have allowed yourself to go, what are you doing? There is still form. And in that form, I still remember, when particularly if I look at another small example, that if I'm doing tatkar, I remember in that, when we were little children, we were told, ऐसा tatkar lagao, ऐसा lagao, kuch bhi ho jaye. Whatever happens, the activity is going on, but you have transcended yourself and you hear the inner music. You have to hear inner music, जिसमें संगीत सुनाई दे. What is that inner music we are talking about? That inner music is the music of transcendence. When you're at one, when nothing matters. Now, I'm using the word matter. There nothing matters. Matter does not matter. And matter does not matter. And nothing matters. And yet there is an emptiness, the experiencing of the vastness of that space, which call it by whatever names. In other words, one is talking or experiencing that transcendence to another level. So here, when we are doing this or this, and we go up like this, it is looking at it. It is a feeling of that I'm transcending upwards to that place, which of course in the finite matter, we do it this way. So each and every movement in dance is actually connected with manas and manas. And the two are correlated in all our movements. And because I could go on and on, because this being my favorite subject of spirituality and dance, I'd just like to end it off with something. We were talking about different traditions, and but they all talk of the same thing. Ekam sat, vipra bahuda vadanti. It is that one where we are going, where there is awakening, where there is a kind of a realization. Finally, we end up to that level where it's a continuing, the final Om, that Omkar. What I think the young girl talked about Omkar, where that word Omkar, which is also part of the Vedic tradition, where the Om, the Omkar, is the Nirakar, which is finally when we have the Nirakar, the Sagun, and the Nirgun and the Sagun. But finally we are going up. And to that state, in that, here, if I'm going, and Then the other movement that we all do from here, 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 and then we go here. Here it is. And there are many other movements. Of course, I will not go into all such details. But one thing that I'd like to just end it off with, that finally what it is, we are talking about love. In that state, we are left without feelings, yet there is the feeling of peace, of love. Even in the Natya Shastra tradition, we never had the word, the ninth rasa of Shantam, which came about much later. So it ended off with the 8 rasas, and where Shringar encompassed Shantam. And here it is. So finally, and that is exactly, if I, the Persian scholar over there, please pardon my pronunciation, because I'm going to, in our Vaishnavism, the moment I talk of Vaishnavism, we all look at Lord Krishna. And Lord Krishna and the sound of the flute. There are verses galore to say how the sound of the flute transports you into that realm where you transcend your inner self into a state where you experience bliss, where you are beyond. In a production which we had done with the help of Rinpoche, which I had done a long, long time back, it was the sound of emptiness and harmony. Where the sound, when you empty yourself of desires and of all feelings, you actually hear that sound of music within. You hear you're at harmony within yourself. And here is a piece that when I talked of Krishna, and I'd like to quote this because that's exactly in the Vedic tradition. We are talking of Krishna and the sound of the flute, and I'm very familiar with all the verses of Tuls, Surdas, etc. But I will not mouth it out because there are lots of them. We are talking again of the Rigvedic verse, that Vasansi Jinani, that you are removing this outer cloak and you are donning on new clothes the whole time at the time of death. Now, exactly the same thing. Who talks about different traditions? Because finally they're talking of the same thing. Different paths leading to that same ultimate truth. And this says, Vishnu, it's Rumi, Vishnu azne chun haqayat mi kunat, az judai ho shaqayat mi kunat. Listen to the plaintive notes of the flute, wailing the pangs of separation. See nakhahim sharah sharah asfiraq tabaqoyam sharah darte ishtiyaq. The way the flute is pierced with holes, so is my heart pierced with the desire to be one with you. I jump and I say, Har qara jama ze ishki chauq shud, oo ze hirso jumla ebi pak shud. The way we remove the dirty clothes and cleanse ourselves of our impurities, the sound of the flute. On hearing it, it cleanses me of my impurities. Har kara jama ze ishki chak shud, oo ze hirso jumla ebi pak shud, shad bash ish khush saudai ma, e tabibe jumla illat hoy ma. Says, and if this is the madness of love, of universal love, then long live this madness. So it is that madness, it is that beautiful feeling of that ultimate bliss that ultimate experiencing of being nothing. The nothingness that we experience in the emptiness, when we empty ourselves of desires, we experience harmony within, we experience harmony without. Where mind and matter, the emptiness and form, all merge together to be one. And it is that where they all merge to be one.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shobna. That was so nice. May I invite? It's actually very difficult to dance without music or without any accompaniments. But Shobna Narayan led us into a world of beauty and movement with just her words. Thank you. Maybe, Rinpoche, would you like to say something before the final? Pardon? I can't dance.
If you want me to dance, I've got something on my some recording I'll see on my mobile what it is.
Would you like to speak from there, Rinpoche?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sudhamayi ji. Thank you, Shobana ji, for this delightful, ending treat. So it was a reminder for me that, as you mentioned, many years ago, we did this program in Hyderabad, and there were 5 monks, I think, and 2 of them are here, actually. And they just run away after hearing that you are coming, because I remember vividly that one of them tried to blow the conch shell. It didn't work. Anyway, so what should I talk about after all this? I think I will not indulge in the subjects of the seminar in each session. There were competent moderators, and they did their job very well. One thing comes in my mind, that is, we did the launching. And I'm glad that Shobana, you also managed to come that morning. So that is called launching of retreat, academic retreat. And, I try to make each time slightly different from the usual things, like, cutting ribbons and lighting lamps and all that. Lighting lamps we did, but in different way. We made that symbolic boat which we sailed through the water. So people appreciated that. And as you know, as you remember, each person was carrying one letter. So when they turned, it reads academic retreat. It is to do with a small dream. And it was appropriate that we did it Gandhi King Plaza, because it's about dream. You remember Martin Luther King Jr., he delivered the famous speech, I have a dream. That was, I think, how many, 60 some years ago. And then there was a commemoration, an anniversary of that delivery of that speech. Then someone asked His Holiness Dalai Lama, what's your comment? And His Holiness said, I also have a dream. What's your dream? His Holiness said, I hope this new century, which is 2020, which started in, 21st century, there will be at least some seeds of peace in human beings' mind. So after hearing that, I also felt that, everybody should have some dreams, whether they can achieve the whole or half, or whether at all in their lifetime, they should have a dream. So this particular dream is academic retreat. That is dream, and that launching was that academic retreat. In a way, it's also launching of this seminar, but mainly to launch an academic retreat. We could also say center. Academic because we all talk about spiritualism, religion, philosophy, and meditation. Everybody talks about these things. But it is good to make it in an academic way. So the first thing is to learn something from things around, and then from the scriptures and from the teachers, etc., to learn. The learning is academic. Retreat, we say, because retreat has the meaning of not going out too much, to remain within one's own territory and do the needful. So retreat, not withdrawing after facing the defeat, but staying where you are calmly and in spiritual way. So there's a space, and there I have this dream of creating a small, humble, doable place for learning. What is the Sanskrit word for learning?
Vidya.
Vidya. To gain knowledge. So this was the idea. So I wanted to reiterate that this place must be simple, following the principle of small is beautiful, because now everything is changing in every sphere, and I don't want this place to be a place for self-promoting and earning fame and gain and money. If one is willing from within, one can learn from anything, especially from the art forms. What Shobana did is a teaching of Buddha's philosophy, essence of Buddha's philosophy, Shunyata. And there is short text called Heart Sutra, which is shortest version of Pragyaparamita, perfect of wisdom. So I don't think I should go too much beyond what I said, but on the whole, I think we chose the subject of this conference, webinar, is science of mind. Science of mind, which is specially chosen. And not just science, but how there can be a linkage between science of mind, one side, and the philosophy. Philosophy also not one particular philosophy picked up. You know, all the philosophies of the world. How can they be, I don't know how to say, how we can combine them, you know. That's the point. And His Holiness Dalai Lama said many times, science has emerged and gone in a big way, and in many cases it's useful. It is serving humanity in great way. But what we should try to achieve is how the science can help human being. How the science can help human being. And how the different philosophies can cooperate with science, can go with science. That's the question. We cannot, after reaching a certain point, we cannot go back and withdraw and walk backward. It will go on upwards. And then the key word is how to serve sentient beings, especially human beings. I think recently I heard one of the, I think Prince, what's the name? Prince William? He said that we are paying great attention to atmosphere and sky. It's good, but we should also pay more attention on the earth. He said, I thought that is very wise statement coming from a royal family. Okay, thank you. Thank you, I stop here. We have this monk here who blew the conch shell.
Thank you, Rinpoche. Thank you for this little talk now. Thank you for the 2-day seminar, which brought us all together after maybe 2 years of webinars. It was nice to be physically present in a room and meet. And I think one of the lasting emotions that we carry out of this room is that we were all of one mind, though there were differences. So we learnt a lot because of the differences. And in spirit, we were all in agreement. On behalf of Rinpoche, I thank India International Center and all of you for coming here this evening. Yeah. Before we finish, we have a small auspicious chanting by monk Olande Ananda. And that is going to be screened now. From Sri Lanka. Thank you. Screening, just a minute, please. I request Father George, he wants to gift Rinpoche.
Dear friends, this is in memory of Dr. Paulos Mar Gregorios, a great friend of Venerable Rinpoche Dubum Tulku, and also of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. This is a reader, Paulos Mar Gregorios reader, collected from all his writings, published in Fortress Press, USA 3 years ago. Now the first Indian edition, the first copy. I am very honored to give it as a gift to the Venerable Lama Dubum Tulku. Please.
On behalf of all of you,
thank you.
Bhavatu Sambhamangalam Rakhantu Sambhadevata Sambhabundhanubhavina Saraswati Bhavantu Te Bhavatu Sambhamangalam Rakhantu Sambhadevata Sambadhammanubhavina Saraswati Bhavantu Te Bhavatu Sambhamangalam Rakhantu Sambhadevata Sabbasanghanubhavina Saraswati Bhavantu Te Nakatayakabhutanang Papaghani Varana Parittasanubhavena Hantu Te Samupandave Devo Vassatu Kalena Sassa Sampatti Hetucha Pito Bhavatu Lokocha Raja Bhavatu Dhammiko